Members, welcome to our meeting. Bore da pawb. Welcome to our meeting of the 24th of February. It's tabled as our budget meeting, and it's a meeting of business, and we don't have comment from the chair, leader, and the chief executive. Members, item 1 on your agenda is apologies for absence. Do we have any?
Chair, I've received apologies from Councillor David Price. Also, Councillor Gareth Morgan. I know he was having difficulties this morning. I'm not sure if he'll be able to join us or not.
Members, are there any other apologies from the floor?
I think we know Councillor David Jones of Gilsfield. I think we know he's away.
Okay, Councillor David Jones, we'll take them as apologies if they don't join us. We do understand that Councillor David Jones may be online, but we're not quite sure at this present moment in time. Members, we've taken apologies.
Councillor Roger Williams.
Councillor Roger Williams. Councillor William, you're indicating.
Chair, and I think Councillor Mark Barnes has offered his apologies as well.
It was the same. It was the same indication, Chair. Thank you very much, Roger Williams. Thank
you, Councillor William. Members, we'll take those as apologies, and if they join us during the meeting, we will correct the documentation. Item 2 on your agenda are Councillor Karen. Councillor Karen, your mic, please.
Sorry, Chair. Did you just say that the Chief Exec and the leader would not be in the meeting?
No, I said there will be no announcements this morning because it's a business meeting.
I'll say then. Thank you. Thank you.
Back to item 2 on the agenda. Declarations of interest. Are there anybody that have got any queries in relation to the budget papers that you would want the monitoring officer to answer?
Thank you, Chair. That was easy for me this morning. Good morning, members.
Thank you very much. We'll move swiftly on to item 3 on the agenda, the medium-term financial strategy 2022-2027 and 2022-23 budget and capital programme for 2022-2027. I'm going to go directly to Portfolio for Finance. Councillor Aled, please. Good bore da, Aled.
Bore da, Gwynfor, bore da, Cadeirydd, bore da, Cyngor, and good morning to Council this morning. Council will be aware of the additional funding provided by Welsh Government for 2021-22 in the last couple of weeks, and that was after the Cabinet approved the draft budget proposals. Cabinet has reconsidered the budget and now wishes to propose an amendment. Clearly, we cannot propose an amendment due to Rule 4.49.2.2, which prevents amendments after the publication of Council agenda for the budget setting meeting. I have been advised by the monitoring officer that an amendment to the budget could be allowed if Council were to suspend certain parts of the Constitution. Therefore, I wish to propose that the Council suspends Rule 4.43, Rule 4.49.2.1, Rule 4.49.2.2, and part of the Rule 4.37.1. That requires motions to be received no later than 5 p.m. 21 days prior to the date of the Council meeting, whilst retaining the requirement for motions to be accompanied by a costed analysis for the financial and resource implications of the motion. Rule 4.43 requires urgent motions to be given to the monitoring officer by 5 p.m. the day before Council meeting. Rule 4.49.2.1 sets out timetable for receipt and amendments of motions. Rule 4.49.2.2 prevents amendments to the budget after the agenda for Council budget meeting has been published. Rule 4.37.1 provides that motions must be received no later than 5 p.m. 21 days prior to the date of the Council meeting, and requires motions to be accompanied by a costed analysis for the financial and resource implications of our motion. I propose that the part of Rule 4.37.1 that requires motions to be received no later than 5 p.m. 21 days prior of the date of the council meeting is suspended, but keep the requirement for the motion to be accompanied by a costed analysis of the financial and resource implications of a motion in force. Thank you, Chair. I propose that those rules are suspended. Thank you.
Members, you've heard of a proposal to suspension of standing orders. Councillor Elwyn, you're indicating.
Can I second that, please, because I think it is essential for today's progression. Thank you.
Members, I've had a proposal of the suspension of standing orders. It's been proposed and seconded. Councillor Peat.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Aled, for taking advantage of the suggestion that the Liberal Democrat group made to you. But I'd note that we suggested that you bring forward proposals by 7 o'clock last night so that groups had an opportunity to look at what you were bringing forward. We've now had, over the last 45 minutes, group meetings where we've had a chance to discuss things, but you've not furnished any indication whatsoever of what proposals you are planning to bring forward. I also note that in your suggestions, you're not suggesting time for any recess or any discussion. I ask you, are these minor changes? Are they serious changes? And what opportunity do you propose to give members of all political groups a chance to actually analyse these issues properly, rather than just be bounced straight into a debate on them with no real chance to consider our response?
Members, I've had a proposal and seconder to suspend standing orders. That is open to debate. Councillor Peat has given his opinion. Monitoring officer.
Chair, just for the clarity, can I indicate that the procedure to suspend is set out in Rule 210 of the Constitution. It has a number of exemptions. None of those exemptions apply in this case, and therefore the council can resolve to suspend, provided that at least 37 members are present in the meeting, which there are. A majority in attendance pass a vote in favour of suspension, and the chair is satisfied that the suspension is as a proportionate response to the position which council faced, and I would suggest that proportionality is satisfied on this occasion. So from the monitoring officer's point of view, a suspension is possible, but it is for members to decide.
Members, you've heard the advice given. Councillor Jeremy, Wynne, is it possible to put a Speak Now app in the chat box so that we can bring councillors in when they wish to speak, please? Councillor Jeremy.
I got to be honest, I think we need answers to Pete Roberts' questions. We don't know what we're suspending for. It's just like having a car. I'll give you a gallon of petrol, but you haven't got a car, so what use is the petrol? We need to understand clearly what the suggestions are. What are we looking to spend for? You can't just bring something. This is gross negligence and incompetence. To say the least, this happens every year. Surely you've had enough time. There's been no alternative budget, clear lines of where you're going. And then on the morning, again, this level of incompetence comes in. It is staggering beyond belief, and it is not fit for purpose for the people of Powys. Now, we need to know what we are talking about before we vote on anything. You can simply not put a vote forward without understanding what the end result is going to be. So I'd like to hear answers to Pete Roberts' questions, please.
Councillor Jeremy, as I understand it, we can't go into debate onto, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but I understand it that we cannot go into debate onto any of the budget unless we suspend standing orders to speak that. If suspending orders are voted down, we will then go into the budget debate. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Councillor James is indicating. Members, if there are others who are wishing to speak, there is now a Speak Now app in the chat box. Councillor James.
My thanks, Chair, for allowing me to speak. I'm struggling with this, not least for the reasons that have been stated by other members, but it also runs completely counter to the advice that I've received and other members have received from the Section 151 officer that an amendment to the budget is not now possible. So, you know, how does that? I just don't understand how this move this morning squares with the advice that I've received from the 151 officer. I mean, I accept the advice we've had from the monitoring officer, but I would just like it to be noted that this does run counter to a number of emails that have gone out from the 151 officer, the advice that she's been providing to us. So there we are. We are where we are, and
we get your comment, James. Let's go to the monitoring. Let's go to the monitoring officer.
Chair, Councillor James is right. The Constitution as presently stands prevents amendments to the budget after the agenda has been published, but it is open for Council, as always, to suspend those matters to allow an amendment to be put forward. So suspension is the only way of an amendment to the budget to be proposed.
Thank you, Monitoring Officer. Councillor Jackie.
Sorry, just getting on the microphone there. Can somebody explain to me then, if we suspend standing orders now, what information we will get, and will we have an opportunity to actually see what proposals are being put forward before we come into a debate? Because at the moment I feel I'm sitting here completely blind as to what will come next, and I'm sure members of the public are also feeling that as well. So could somebody explain to me what happens next if we suspend standing orders?
Councillor Jackie, I am not party to this information either, so I would be mindful to suspend the meeting so that can give us some consideration to anything which comes forward. I'm just going through the process as it stands. Councillor Jeremy. You have spoken already, Councillor Jeremy. I hope it's a new point.
I'll be quite quick. When we try to put alternative budgets, it's been told that we can only make minor amendments. Can we be assured that this is a minor amendment as put forward by the monitoring officer prior, and not a major amendment, which we were told was not allowed?
Monitoring officer.
Chair, if the council votes to suspend the 4 parts of the constitution which are outlined by Councillor Aled, then the rule about minor amendments is suspended, Councillor Jeremy, and more major amendments can be made in those circumstances.
So why were we never, as opposition, ever made aware of that situation? At any time when we've looked at alternative budgets, we have never ever been made aware of that situation. I've got to say that leaves me deeply disturbed in the way things are being run.
Chair, any member who wishes to ask for advice on these matters, both myself and the Section 151 officer are always available.
Thank you very much. I've got Councillor John indicating next.
Thank you, Chair. I am concerned how this looks to the public. You know, this very, very late hour again. We don't look professional, but I understand the need to go to cancel standing orders. Can I just ask Clive for clarification? Before we have to vote to suspend standing orders, surely we should have a proper outline of what is going to come before us, because how can we suspend standing orders when we don't know why we're doing it? We're only told it's amendment. We don't know if it's a small amendment. We don't know if it's a large amendment. And I, for one, am particularly sad that we're playing these stupid games again. So can I have clarification on that, Clive, please?
Thank you, Councillor John. It is always open to Councillor Aled to inform Council of what his amendment would be should standing orders be suspended, because until standing orders are suspended, he can't formally propose an amendment, but he can tell you informally if he wishes to do so.
Well, then I would request that Councillor Aled gives us an informal information before we vote on standing orders, so we have some idea at least of what's going to go on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor John. We'll go to Councillor Karen. I noticed Councillor Aled has indicated, so we'll go to Councillor Karen first, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, this does actually concern me because obviously opposition, the lead opposition was not allowed to put, or didn't have the time to put an alternative budget proposal together because of the Constitution, and that couldn't actually have been amended before today to allow that to happen. So really, time management is essential, as is accountability, openness and transparency to each other and to the public and the people of Powys. You know, with actually not allowing the opposition to submit an alternative budget, I don't see that as being fair and really acceptable across the political divide. Could you perhaps comment on that? Thank you.
Councillor Card, Clive in the first instance, please.
Chair, the timetable for provision of alternate budgets was actually approved by full council, and so all members have had the opportunity to put in an alternate budget. So I must correct Councillor Karen on that. That what she said is not accurate.
Chief Executive.
Thank you, Chair. I can confirm that the advice given by the monitoring officer has been consistent to every group leader that has requested advice.
Thank you. I'm moving on to Councillor Allard now, please. Councillor Allard is indicated.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair, and please stop me if I say too much about the amendment. Group leaders.
Allard, I'm going to stop you at that point. Councillor Liam, that is not an appropriate comment to put in the chat box. Councillor Allard.
Thank you again, Chair. Group leaders have been kept informed on a consistent basis about extra funding that has been coming to the council over the last few weeks. Councillor James Gibson Watt is clearly aware of the rules around the standing orders as of his email in the past 48 hours. The amendment is to use additional money received recently to make a very small reduction on the rate of increase in the council tax. I can go into more detail, but I'm happy to circulate the amendment once this amendment has the standing orders have been suspended. I'm happy to talk about figures if you wish, but I'm not sure if I'm allowed to, Chair.
Members, at this point, I think just to go through due process, we are discussing a proposal made to suspend standing orders. I'm not seeing any other comment. I think it is appropriate to the meeting, so I will allow. And if there are no other comments, Councillor Peat, you have already spoken, so please, I will give you the opportunity on this occasion, but please do not be repetitive.
No, I just have a simple question for Allard. When was this decision taken, and why did you not have the courtesy to notify groups while they were meeting before this meeting, or for that matter, the group leaders meeting, that you were planning to bring this forward? We offered you an olive branch, you missed the deadline, you didn't communicate. Why should we support you in bringing this forward?
I don't wish to turn this into a question and answer session, but obviously those are questions that could come out of the debate if suspension of standing orders is taken. Councillor David.
Thank you, Chair. Just for some clarity, please, from the monitoring officer, if we go ahead with this suspension of standing orders, which I understand is going to say that the Cabinet will be allowed to present an amendment to the original budget they've proposed, shouldn't that facility for an amendment apply to all opposition groups as well?
Chair, the suspension means that those items in the Constitution which prevents amendments are open to everybody. It's not a suspension in favour of the Cabinet. It is a suspension of those parts of the Constitution, full stop.
Right. Thank you for that, monitoring officer. I'm not saying I don't know whether opposition groups would want to take that opportunity yet, but if they do, obviously that would need to be facilitated. Because what you're proposing with respect is that there's new information, financial information being received from Welsh Government, and that's allowing an amendment to come forward to the existing budget. Now, that opportunity should apply to all opposition parties because that information wasn't available, for example, when the original work was done around the alternative budgets.
We note your comment, Councillor David. I'm not sure what further we can say on that. Councillor Jake.
Thank you, Chair. Earlier on, you indicated that if this were to be moved, it was your inclination to suspend proceedings and allow for papers to be brought back. Can I just have some clarification from you or anybody? Actually, the Chief Executive happens to be on my screen at the moment as to where that fits in with the budget timetable. I think there's probably time before we need to set a balanced budget for us to come back in a week or a fortnight's time or whatever to do this. But clearly we're in a very difficult situation today where rabbits are being pulled out of the hat, or we've been notified that a rabbit will be pulled out of a hat. Chair, clarification would be very helpful. Thank you.
Members, my indication was that it was going to have a recess or a suspension for 30 minutes for consideration. That's what I was. My suggestion, and that was off the top of my head at the time. I'm happy to take further advice.
Chair, in terms of the question that was posed, I think it was by Councillor David Thomas a few minutes ago, I can confirm the information about the additional grants we have recently received from Welsh Government has been shared with all group leaders earlier this week. As soon as we had that information available, it was shared with all group leaders. In terms of suspending the meeting for half an hour or not, that is a matter for the Chair of Council.
Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Chair. I was going to make that very point the Chief Exec made. All group leaders have been informed of grants as they have information has come to Powys. There have been changes in the last few weeks, and clearly group leaders were aware of that. The amendment is one side of A4. It's relatively straightforward, and I think the Section 151 officer will provide an assessment of the financial information contained within. But it's a relatively straightforward amendment to reduce the level of the council tax by a small percentage in order to lessen the strain on our council taxpayers across Powys.
Okay, I'm going to break in there, Aled. We're not entering to the Clive, but you're wishing to come in, yeah?
Chair, I thought it might be useful just to remind members what the proposition from Councillor Aled was in terms of suspension, because we've had a little bit of a debate since then. So before members move on to a vote on the issue, I think can I just remind what the suspension proposal is, please, Chair?
Yes, we do that. We do have the leader of the Labour group, Councillor Matthew.
I'll do it after members have finished, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The Cabinet Member for Finance is correct. Group leaders received a updated briefing paper from the 151 officer just a few days ago. My understanding of the email correspondence and chain that followed that was that this additional funding couldn't be used to lower council tax because the budget had already been published. I am sympathetic to hear what the Cabinet Member for Finance wants to bring forward, but having not seen the amendment he's proposing, it is difficult to make a decision as to whether or not we suspend standing orders to hear it. Therefore, can there be a small adjournment for a group leaders meeting so that group leaders can have sight of what is being proposed by the Cabinet Member for Finance, so that we can make an informed decision about what funding will be available for public services next year? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Matthew. I'm mindful of your comment, but I think for the purpose of moving things on, I think we do need to go to a vote on the proposal and seconder. I've already said that was appropriate. That will give an opportunity for us to hear in full that amendment, and then there will be an opportunity. And I have suggested 30 minutes, but I'm willing to hear other people's comments to see about a suspension so that this can be discussed in greater detail within your groups. So I'm going to return to Clive for a reminder of what the proposal was, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members. Councillor Allard earlier indicated that he was proposing a suspension of Rule 443. That's the rule which requires urgent motions to be given to myself by 5 p.m. On the day before council meeting. Suspension of Rule 449.21, which is the rule which sets out the timetable for receipt and amendments of motions. Rule 449.2.2, which prevents amendments to the budget being made after the agenda for the council budget meeting has been published, and a partial amendment of Rule 437.1, which provides that motions must be received no later than 5 p.m. 21 days before council meeting, but also requires motions to be accompanied by a costed analysis of the financial and resource implications of a motion. Councillor Allard suggested that the part of Rule 437.1, which requires motions to be received no later than 5 p.m. 21 days before the meeting, should be suspended. But as I understand it, for sound financial governance reasons, he suggests that we should keep the requirement for motions to be accompanied by a costed analysis of the financial and resource implications of the amendment. So that's what Councillor Allard proposed. And was seconded by Councillor Elwyn. Thank you.
Thank you, Clive. Members, you had the advice. I don't want to curb anybody's debate. Councillor James, I am going to come to you, but obviously we will go to the vote after that.
Chair, I'm very grateful, and I'm sorry to try and interject so late, and I understand why you want to take us to the vote. Just for clarity, the advice that was received in response to Councillor David Thomas's question was from the monitoring officer was that it would be open to all groups, or indeed members, to propose amendments should the standing orders be suspended as requested. However, it is quite clear that the amendment that from what Councillor Alan Davis has said, the amendment that he is intending to present has been costed because he has had the services of the 151 officer in order to analyse the impact of that amendment. Of course, any member of the council, other members of the council, or indeed groups, will not have had that facility. And if we come back now, after we meet, if this request to suspend standing orders is passed and propose an amendment, that will be ruled out because, of course, it won't have been costed if it's different to the amendment that Councillor Alan Davis is going to put forward. This seems to me to be a very shambolic process, and one really that cannot be sound and cannot. I just don't understand how it squares with the constitution of the council. But we've been advised that we can bring back an amendment because it's open to everybody now to do so. But in fact, in reality, we can't because there won't be time to cost it. So, or at least to analyse it and cost it. So I seek guidance from the monitoring officer here. I just don't see how this is a sound process. I'm very sorry. Thank you.
Chair, Councillor James, I've indicated to you what the reasons why this is appropriate. Members, if they wish to bring forward an amendment, they can obviously ask the chair of council for a time to enable them to have conversations with the Section 151 officer. And of course, if anybody had been suggesting an amendment, they had the opportunity, should they wish to have done so, to have had that prior conversation with the Section 151 officer. So the opportunity is available to everybody.
I'm grateful for that advice. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, there's nobody else indicating. I think we've had sufficient debate as regards this proposal of suspension of standing orders. I'm mindful to go to the vote. Members, the vote will come in the chat box very shortly. Members, you can see the vote box now. As per usual, please click on that, and hopefully that will redirect you to a voting system. If it does not, we will deal with that afterwards. I've been able to submit, so I hope other members are able to. So click on the box in your chat box, and if anybody is having trouble finding the chat box, it's on your top bar. It reads live, time 27 attendees, a people icon, and then a speech bubble. If you click on that, you should find at the very bottom of your chat box at 11:04 a white box which you need to click on and vote. Members, if there's anybody struggling to vote, if you're willing to do so verbally, we'll take those votes verbally at the closing of the electronic vote.
Chair.
Councillor Karen, we're in the middle of voting now. I'll take any comment if you're having difficulty voting after that, please.
No, there's a
Oh, Councillor Karen, we're not hearing you, but I don't wish you to comment while we're taking the vote taking place, please. We're just waiting for as many people as possible to take part in the electronic vote. I'm just waiting for confirmation.
"61 votes in so far, Chair."
61 votes at the moment, members. We'll give it a few more moments, and then I'll come to anybody that's struggling to vote. Members, I'm going to close the electronic vote, and I'm going to come to members who are having difficulty in voting. Councillor Tim Van Rees. Councillor Tim, we are unable to hear that because your microphone wasn't on. There we go.
In favour of the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Michael Jones.
In favour.
Councillor Phil, I'm assuming that you can vote. Your cameras come up. Councillor Phil, your microphone.
I don't know. I think I voted.
Okay, well, we'll check. I'll just see your camera on.
Anyway.
Councillor Gwilym, you popped up.
Yep, against.
Are there any other members that have been unable to vote?
Chair, I can confirm Councillor Phil Pritchard has voted.
Councillor Phil, you have been able to vote. Members, if there are no other members who are indicating to vote, I'm going to close the vote. Councillor Karen, the vote's closed. What's your comment, please?
Thank you, Chair. I have voted, but it was just when I was going in the chat box before I went to the correct place to vote, it came up a blue bubble side on a blue box, and it said win, and then a little bit further on, vote now. So I was just letting you know in case there was a technical hitch. That's all, Chair. Thank you.
That's not a problem, Councillor Karen. Thank you for telling us. Councillor Liam, your vote has come in after I've closed the vote. I apologise.
Chair. Chair, may I ask, was that bubble for Liam? I didn't realise Liam hadn't voted.
Councillor Liam has put a vote in the chat box. It's beyond the time which I closed the vote.
All right. Well, no, the blue bubble was there earlier, then it went before.
Councillor Karen, the vote's complete now, so I can assure you that the vote was done correctly.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Chair, I can indicate that the outcome of the vote is now with me. For the suspension, 45, against 19, 0 abstentions, 64 votes cast.
Members, we've agreed to the suspension of standing orders so that we can now move on to the meeting with the suspension of standing orders. Councillor Allard, are you indicating?
Yes, I'm prepared to put the motion to amend the budget to council now. Thank you.
Please do so.
Thank you, Chair. Since the Cabinet approved and proposed the revenue, the draft revenue budget and capital strategy for the council.
You have to give us.
Apologies. Is the monitoring officer okay? Thank you. Apologies, Chair. Since the Cabinet approved and proposed the draft revenue budget and capital strategy to the council, to the County Council has received unexpected additional funding from Welsh Government. Much of the funding provided has to be used for specific purposes, but some allocations are unhypothecated and will improve the financial position of the Council for the current 21-22 financial year. These funds are one-off and cannot be used to meet ongoing recurring costs. However, by using these funds to meet the capital costs, it will reduce the Council's need to borrow and make a saving against the revenue budget. We have also received an additional capital allocation of £3.6 million that we were not anticipating. The use of these funds to meet the capital expenditure enables the Council to reduce its budget requirement for 22-23. The budget is funded by Welsh Government settlement and council tax, so the lower budget requirement will be. We are able to reduce the level of council tax we need to raise through the 3.9% increase. Our aim is to deliver value for money for our residents and at all time keep council tax as low as possible, especially in these times where we see the cost of living increasing significantly. But we are also have to ensure that the frontline services we provide are available to meet the ongoing needs of our residents. This is always a difficult balance to achieve. It is therefore proposed that the additional funds provided by Welsh Government, capital of £3.6 million, revenue of £2.3 million, together with the projected underspend on the MRP for 21-22 of £1.5 million, as highlighted in Q3 budget monitoring report as presented to the Cabinet on the 22nd of February this month, be used to fund the existing capital schemes, reducing the need to borrow for that purpose, and reduce the revenue required to fund that borrowing by £396,000. The reduced borrowing releases MRP provision and external interest budgets by £396,000. And this saving can be used to reduce the council tax increase from 3.9 to 3.4 and still maintain a balanced budget. The proposed amendment, I will read the proposed amendment. It relates to recommendation 2 in the budget report. So there's 2 elements to this. 2.1, Council approves the revenue budget for 22-23 with the inclusion of a 3.4 increase in council tax in 22-23 at a net cost of £396,000, with a section 151 officer instructed to publish a revised finance resource model if required as soon as possible. And second point of the proposed amendment, the cost of the recommendation 2.1 is financed by a reduction in the minimum budget and external interest budget of £396,000. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Allard. He's proposed an amendment. Councillor Elwyn is indicating. Am I assuming that?
Yes. Can I say a few words to second that amendment, which may come as a surprise to some, but I'll explain why now. In recent weeks, I've seen firsthand the good work of Newtown Food Surplus and the real life stories of many residents. With families facing immense pressures with inflation increasing and rising food and fuel costs, it's imperative that this independent Conservative administration listens to genuine concerns and try to alleviate some of these pressures. That is why we as Plaid Cymru have been lobbying the Cabinet for action. In view of the extra capital funding received by the Council, that will save interest payments of circa £380,000 a year. This money should be used to lower council tax rather than merely sit in reserves. We have consistently highlighted and campaigned on three things we want to see changing as part of the budget discussions. These included the increased premium on second homes to 75% as recently secured in the Cabinet meeting, new support for the theatres such as Haveren, Brycheiniog and Welfare Hall in Sturgenlais in light of proposed 60k cuts, and there's a commitment for that. And in view of the new income for Welsh Government, that a proposed tax increase of 3.9% is lowered to assist families in these challenging times. We are therefore pleased that our positive lobbying has helped secure these. This motion presented to Council today means that the Council tax increase will be lowered from the intended 3.9% to 3.4%, 15% lower. Ideally, it would be even lower. But as a result of the austerity agenda set by the 2010 Conservative Lib Dem government, Welsh Government is still £3 billion a year worse off financially, which has a subsequent impact on all our services. This, coupled with free school meals contained in this budget, will save nearly £1,000 per annum for a family with 2 children at school and benefit 10,290 pupils in Powys. This as a direct result of Plaid policy. Chair, many things no doubt will be said here today, but let me be clear. As one with proud socialist values, yes, I'm not afraid to say that word, I'm well aware of the pressure on families. That is why I helped Phoenix Furniture Charity in Newtown. That's why on New Year's Eve, I was at Newtown Food Surplus. That's why I assist Rekindle Charity for Young People, and that's why I'm taking practical steps to minimise the council tax on our residents. We have a choice. We can shout from the sidelines, pontificate, complain and say no to everything, or we can show leadership and do something about it. This is practical work under difficult situations on behalf of Powys residents. I give you this motion. Let's all unite and have a lower council tax. Diolch yn fawr.
Members, you've heard a proposal and seconded to amend, and I appreciate in view of Councillor Jeremy, at this stage, I don't think we need to enter into any debate because I'm mindful of the comments that was made previously to the suspension of standing orders.
I understand that, Mr. Chairman, but I didn't know we were having a party political broadcast on behalf of Plaid Cymru today. I thought we were here to discuss the budget. Thank you.
Councillor Jeremy, I allowed a proposal and a seconder to a motion to amend the budget. Members, I'm mindful of the comments that were made previously. I suggest now that we suspend the meeting. All members will receive an email with the motion to amend the budget, and I'm suggesting at this stage that there is a 30 minutes Councillor Karen, we seem to be having problems with Councillor Liam's contribution to the meeting. He's contributing to the chat box, but we don't believe he's in a meeting. So when we come back in, please can you ask Councillor Liam to log into the meeting? We don't believe he's in the meeting at this present moment in time, and he's just commenting in the chat box. So when we return, if you could please, and if he's having difficulty logging in, we'll certainly assist him to log into the meeting. Members, I'm going to suggest now that we suspend for 30 minutes. Councillor Karen.
Respectfully, yourself, Chair. Could I just have clarity? So Liam can actually comment in the chat box, even though he's not in the meeting. So
Yes, you can comment in the chat box. He's not currently logged into the meeting. He hasn't been all along, despite his comment in the chat box. He's suggested.
There must be some reason.
Councillor Karen, I want to move on. Members, overall, there is too much comment in the chat box. I've given you the direction in which to go. Councillor Alid, I'm mindful. I'm not going to bring you back in to speak. I'm going to go into the monitoring officer.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just remind members that if we recess for 30 minutes, the live chat will remain open. So can members please refrain from speaking during the recession, and please keep their meeting live so they can come back to it once we reconvene, please. Thank you very much, Chair.
Members, it is currently 11:20. For the interest of just giving a returning time, I would suggest 12 midday. That seems a good time limit. Really, that'll give an opportunity for members to look at the amendments. I'm guessing people are indicating because they're wishing to have more time. I would suggest in this initial period, I think we need to try and process this meeting today as quickly as we can. So I'm going to ask you to return at 12 to see what your take is on that.
Chair, can I intervene, please? I'm sorry, but 40 minutes is just not long enough for me to consider this with my group and talk to other parties. These are serious matters and we need to consider them in full and in the round so that we can all be informed when we return to this virtual chamber. I respectfully ask you for longer, please.
Members, I appreciate that so many of you come up on the screen agreeing with that. Members, it's a side of A4. I'm not wishing to discuss to squander debate. I'm asking you to consider that and come back at 12 if possible, please. There's an opportunity to do something further if I'm contacted or to discuss with, but I'm trying to get this meeting through as through process as good as we can, to be fair. I would suggest that if I give you an extra hour, that will just drag out. So I'm going to ask you to return at 12 if possible, and not wishing to be rude, but we've already lost 5 minutes. So that we're returning at 12. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, members. Welcome back. An email has been circulated. There are some meetings going on with the 151 officer. So I have agreed to an extension of the suspension until 12:45. This includes lunch break. Members, I've agreed to an extension of the suggested time. It will be at 12:45 prompt. But please, members, be mindful of the fact that you get some lunch in this time as well, because there will be no a lunch break following the meeting starting again. Members, I hope you're in agreement with that approach. Thank you very much.
Councillor Tim, earlier on, the Chair of Council indicated that the recess would now be extended until 12:45, but that time to include a lunch break. So there will be no lunch break afterwards. I hope that helps you.
any attempt to interfere will, and he said it, something you've never had, which is based in nuclear war.
Well, absolutely, and that's what people will do.
We are going to, I think we are at a 1939 moment. And if we are going to mobilise the whole international community and the whole British people in all our cultural and political diversity, we need to win that argument first. The domains of space and
welcome back, members. Thank you for your patience. Maybe good news or bad news, but I'm afraid that we will continue our recess until 1:15. The reason being that some other amendments have been asked for consideration, and our 151 officer has asked for some time to consider and to consider them and give the best possible advice on them. So we will be now asking you to return at 1:15. I do apologise for this, but I think we should be in a situation then to continue with our discussions on our budget day. I do apologise. As Chair of Council, I do not feel I can do any other but to continue the suspension, but hopefully we can return at 1:15. And our 151 officer, Jane Thomas, will be well equipped to deal with the matters in hand. Members, I apologise. Some solace that you were at your homes, and you can have a bit of leisure while we deal with matters. So a return at 1:15, please, if possible, and hopefully we can see a completion to our day. Members, an email will be sent now informing members of this extension, but please, if you've got contacts with other councillors who are confused, please inform them that we're returning at 1:15. Thank you.
Thank you. Good.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Hello? Hello?
Hello. Meeting adjourned until 1:15.
Yes, I know.
vital to remembering how we once used to live.
It's ours. It's who we are.
That is amazing.
Eden Wales, last chance to save. Tuesday at 8 on BBC One Wales and iPlayer.
A decade of optimism, well, at least to start. Healthy food in the kitchen of the 1930s and the birth of the pressure cooker. We're going further back in time for dinner at 4:15 here on BBC Two Wales.
Efforts to seek a diplomatic solution through his bombs and tanks. Passionate beliefs in their country should be free. We'll be live in Moscow, Brussels, Washington.
Hi, Tim.
Hello, both.
Oh, hi, Kath.
Hello. Hello, everybody else.
I think the meeting is still live, folks. Oh, sorry.
Yes, I know that.
Members of the public, welcome back. Really do apologise for the delay in proceedings. I feel that we've had no choice, and I feel that I've responded to everybody's request as best possible. We're in a situation, members, where we suspended standing orders this morning. That was proposed and seconded and voted on, and we now open proceedings to debate an amendment to the budget papers, which was proposed by the portfolio holder and seconded by Councillor Elwyn Vaughan. We're now in a situation to debate that amendment. Without further ado, we will allow debate on that motion. We'll be putting the Speak Now app up very shortly, and we can then debate the motion. Can I remind members that you have a 3-minute time limit, and we will be adhering to this. Pardon?
What it said, yeah.
Members, I think Aled proposed the motion, and I think he has an opportunity now to speak on that motion because he didn't use his time up. Welcome back, Councillor Aled.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much for your patience as well. I
wasn't expecting to add more to the my opening comments. It's a very simple, straightforward option we have to try and reduce the council tax as low as possible without increasing the risk to the council. As a Section 151 officer has given approval to that motion. It's always a difficult balancing act between risk within a budget and the level of council tax, and I think we have got it right. You know, it's my party's and our wishes to have council tax as low as possible for our community, whilst delivering really excellent services where we can. I'll leave it at that, Chair. My only comment would be, what is there not to like about this proposal? Thank you.
Councillor Allard, at this moment, I have nobody with a hand raised. Councillor David Thomas, welcome back, David.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to move an amendment to this motion, if possible, or to amend this amendment, basically.
Councillor David, my understanding, and I stand to be corrected by the monitoring officer, that we will have to debate the initial amendment, and then that will give you an opportunity to lodge an amendment once that debate has been voted on.
Great, thank you for your guidance, Chair.
Councillor Liam, I'm mindful of the fact that you're commenting in the box again. We're not getting you as a participant in the meeting, and we're going to ask you to speak so that we can confirm whether you're in the meeting or not. Councillor Liam, are you picking up on my comments at all? Councillor Liam, if I will have to inform you that if we don't have proof that you're in the meeting, I won't be able to accept a vote of you. Councillor Karen, are you speaking on Councillor Liam's behalf?
I need to advise, thank you, Chair. I need to advise you that I believe Councillor Liam has spoken with Wyn and IT, and he's having problems speaking, but he's doing the chat. I'm not technically minded, so I don't really know, but I think IT and Wyn can perhaps advise us.
I understand that IT have been trying to bring Councillor Liam into the meeting and without any success so far. So I will have to reiterate that unless I can have some proof that Councillor Liam is in the meeting, I can't allow him to participate. Councillor Ian McIntosh is looking to speak.
Thank you, Chair. Just a point of clarity for me, really. I did write to the monitoring officer about an hour ago, or 3/4 of an hour ago. I can see now that certain groups have been informed about the additional capital allocation of £3.6 million, but I didn't find out until 19 minutes past 11, 49 minutes after the council meeting had started, and I think there was a few other members who've indicated the same. So I'm just wondering really whether the opportunity to present amendments or alternative budgets is only open to certain councillors or all, because it doesn't seem to be the case at the moment.
Open to all councillors, Councillor Ian.
Okay, well, that's not happened this time.
I think you've had the same opportunities as many, although some group leaders, all group leaders had advance notification. And Councillor Ian, I can understand your concerns about that, and that's something which we will take on board for future meetings.
Okay, but it still remains the case that not all councillors have been informed about the extra allocation then, which means that they've not been given the opportunity to present an alternative budget or amendment. Thank you.
Members, I'm having a bit of difficulty going back to the Speak Now app because I've got so many people commenting in the chat box. So please do not debate in the chat box. Councillor Liam, giving comment in the chat box is proof of yourself in the meeting. I'm ever so sorry. I really do need you to speak. Councillor John Williams.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not going to be very short. I will just echo what Councillor Ian has said. We are unaligned members, and there are several unaligned members, and I assumed that unaligned members were still members of this council and had a say and had an input in and would be informed of all information. I was assured by the 151 officer that any updates to the budget given to group leaders would also be included to myself as an unaligned member, which I haven't received and was unaware of it until this morning's meeting. I haven't had time to go through the update and I feel this is diabolical and a bad representation of our council and how we do business.
Councillor John, that was recognised. Councillor Howell, I'm assuming that you're going to come in with the same comment. I'll give you an opportunity.
Yes, exactly the same comment. I won't drag it out, but the same comments as John. Thank you.
Yeah, Councillor Howell, we recognise that, and I can't do anything to influence that, but I can only apologise for that. Members, there is nobody else wishing to speak at this point. Members, if that is the case, that gives us an opportunity. Councillor David Thomas, are you wishing to come back in again? Councillor David?
Sorry, Chair, is it appropriate now to raise an amendment?
My understanding,
the debate is completed.
Okay, perhaps I misinformed you there. I do apologise, Councillor David, and I'm looking for guidance from the Monitor Office. My understanding is that we have to go to the vote, and then that will give you an opportunity to lodge your amendment after that.
Chair, the Constitution is clear that once an amendment is raised, it must be voted on. It then becomes part of the substantive motion, which can then be re-amended. So we have to have the vote first.
Chair,
I'll take Councillor Karen first, and then we'll go to our 151 officer, Jane.
I'm awfully sorry, Chair. There's no hand that's come up on my screen. Are we able to sort of offer debate, discussion?
Councillor Karen, I've been asking for that discussion for some time now. Yes, you're quite.
Yes, I have been listening to you, Chair, and to the others that have been speaking.
Councillor Karen.
Okay, thank you. Chair, taking into consideration the new proposal, may I ask also that for me, it's visually evident, and I'm speaking to Powys residents, that there's much management waste of resources, both manpower and materials, etc., within Powys. To add to this waste of the public purse, it is a concern that completed capital projects have not been able to provide budget costings analysis. Therefore, the 3 million or so needed for a zero increase in council tax compared to what Councillor Allard is respectfully proposing, it could possibly be well hidden and available if only one could claw it back. Or when I say one, I mean the County Council. Personally, and I would think that Councillor Liam, if he could actually get in online, would agree as well, that the £3 million needed for a zero increase in council tax, as I think is obviously going to be a proposal by the other parties or party, for this year, could be found throughout 22-23 by close monitoring of financial waste across the capital programme and daily routine public services and other business of Powys County Council. Everybody works so hard, but there is waste. I mean, if this was a private business, you know, it wouldn't go on as it is if it was really, you know, we're not using the public money. I've read a cabinet paper from 2015, and I'm sorry I couldn't find it this morning, which approved the management of finances as to not entirely staying within relevant budgets, as was the old style of public local government public services, but be pooled across Powys. Now, if some of us are more vocal than others, obviously you get a bigger chunk of the money. And this does seem unfair, as my concern is the control and monitoring which continues to allow the financial spend that is difficult to cost. Therefore, New Powys Group, because that's obviously Liam and I, it's only two of us, but then again, on behalf of the people of Powys, recommend a zero interest with the critical plans to be set into improving the financial allocation and monitoring of spend in Powys. Sorry, to be set into improving, and we need to improve, the zero increase to actually be considered, and actually alongside critical moves to improve the financial management and of Powys County Council's financial monitoring spend out in the open, on the streets, in the offices, wherever. The staff are brilliant. The staff are working really hard, but there is evidence of waste. You know, people are telling me about it without me knowing myself. New Powers Group is always open for meaningful dialogue, and this is not a party political.
Councillor Karen, Councillor Karen, you're on your time now.
Okay, thank you, but I think you've got the picture. Thank you very much,
Councillor Karen.
Thank you.
I'm going to go to Jane Thomas now. Jane, welcome to the meeting. You've had a very busy morning. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair. Just like to make a few comments initially following Councillor Karen's what she's just said, and I think my recognition of the council is slightly different in terms of how we manage costs and so on across the authority, and I think we have some really robust processes in place, monitoring capital, looking at our capital costs and everything, and of course that is an ongoing process that we undertake across the council, so I just want to give that assurance. My second point was really to give my opinion in terms of the amendment that has been tabled by Councillor Allard. So if you'll allow me, I'd like to just cover that off in terms of my assessment of it and the comments that I'd like to make around that motion. So the ring fencing of the additional surplus that's now projected would replace borrowing if that was the plan, and that would be within the capital programme for 22-23. And the reduction then in the budget requirement for minimum revenue provision and interest would fund that change. Coupled with the additional capital allocation provided by Welsh Government and the underspend in MRP, we would replace borrowing by direct capital funding from revenue and reserves. This would maintain the current capital programme as set out in the budget proposal. However, this does mean that Council is foregoing the opportunity to set aside additional funding for future capital investment or increasing the Council's reserves. And setting aside those funds would assist in reducing the level of risk that's being carried by the council, and would give us more flexibility in terms of managing pressures this year and in the future. I think I've commented already in the overall budget report that the level of risk upon the council and its budget is significantly greater this year than other years due to the rising cost, rising inflation and so on that everybody is seeing. The use of those funds rather than borrowing will reduce the capital financing requirements, and that's how we're able to claw back the gap in the budget by reducing council tax down to a level of 3.4. That does make some minor amendments to some of the other documents that you see in terms of the capital strategy or the prudential indicators, but they are in a positive way. Therefore, I feel that you can still consider those documents today as they are estimates, and the limits that are set within them are appropriate. The proposed amendment is, of course, based on additional funding confirmed, but the surplus position based at the Q3 projected outturn. A further forecast will be forthcoming for February, but we could see that improve or worsen in the last quarter of the year. So we won't know the final outturn position until May. So that does give a level of risk in terms of that outturn position. In addition, of course, we're having to respond this weekend to the floods across the council. That will inevitably incur additional costs, and we don't know as yet what funding or support that we will get from Welsh Government around that. Although there is usually an emergency financial assistance scheme in place, we haven't yet understanding the thresholds within around that and what we would see. Now, those risks are, of course, general budget risks that we would be carrying, even if the additional funding was not available to us. So that doesn't change the level of risk that we see on the budget. So the level of change proposed by the amendment does not therefore change my opinion as expressed in the original report. And that was that I conclude the estimates used in the amended budget proposal for 22-23 remains adequately robust, but a level of risk remains. Based on the assessment of reserves, the overall level is adequate, but remains at the lower end of acceptability given the scale of savings required. The ongoing pandemic, of course, and the financial uncertainty facing the council over the medium term. So that's my opinion based on the amendment proposed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Jane, for that clarification. Undoubtedly, that may raise a few questions, so we'll give an opportunity. Councillor Dye is wishing to come in.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to make sure that we've actually voted on the amendment because I don't remember doing it. I apologise if I missed it, but I've been by this computer all morning. Now, shouldn't we have Ali's amendment to come in with a 3.4%? Shouldn't that be voted on before we discuss it?
We will go to the vote very shortly when we finish debate. Councillor Ian.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Sorry, I was struggling to get my mic open again then. I just wanted to say that I'm not going to be voting to support this at all. I won't be voting to support anything over and above 0%, and I've indicated why through the questions anytime facility, which I've shared in the chat earlier, and I've indicated how we can easily achieve not putting councillor tax up by anything at all this year. So I just want to make that position very clear. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Ian. Councillor Dye, I'm assuming that's a legacy hand which has popped up again. Yep, we'll move on. If there's no further comment, Councillor Martin.
Just a quick comment. Sorry.
Martin, I think you must have another device in your vicinity which is creating an echo.
Is it okay now?
Try again.
Just quickly, I see Maureen's got snow up there and she's having trouble with connectivity. Is she going to be allowed to vote? And Ian, the same thing. Not Ian, sorry, Liam. Same thing. They've obviously been part of the meeting.
Councillor Marine is if she's logged, if she's.
I think it is important that they have a chance to vote, whether it's in the chat box or wherever.
Councillor Martin, if any participant is logged in, they will be able to vote. We've had a situation. Councillor Marine is having difficulty. If she's logged in at the time of vote, she'll be able to vote, and the same is to be said for Councillor Liam as well. Members, I've got no further comment. Councillor Marine, are you trying to?
Yeah, I wanted to just return. Yes, thank you, Winfrey. I am now reconnected, and I have been for the last 5 or 6 minutes, something like that. Okay.
Thank you very much, Councillor Marine. We're very aware that who is logged in and who isn't, so yes. we can. Yeah, no. I was just explaining that so that other councillors realise who's logged in at the time when the time of the vote is coming in. As yet, we're not getting Councillor Liam as a participant, and that goes for anybody else who's in the meeting. Clive, are you wishing to come in?
No, Chair. Sorry,
Yeah. Councillor Karen.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Just a small one. Can I just double check? Welsh Government would be in favour of using the additional funding to offset the council tax as a one-off?
Councillor Karen. Councillor Karen, I'm ever so sorry, but you have used up your 3 minutes. I really do not want to curtail debate, but you have had your 3 minutes, and you had an opportunity to raise your points. I'm sorry to be so authoritative, but if I allow you to speak, others will want to take advantage of that as well.
Perhaps somebody else can ask then. Thank you.
Members, I've got no other people wishing to raise their hand. Members, I'm inclined to go to the vote on this motion. I would just remind you of the proposed amendment. It is to replace recommendation 2 as follows. 2.1. Council approves the revenue budget for 2022-23 with the inclusion of a 3.4 increase in council tax in 2022-23 at a net cost of 396,000, with the Section 151 officer instructed to publish a revised financial resource model, if required, as soon as possible. And 2.2, the cost of recommendation 2.1 is financed by a reduction in the minimum revenue budget, external interest budget of £396,000. Members, a voting application will come out in the chat box. I remind you it's in the chat box and you need to click on that. And those that are unable to vote will come to you for a verbal declaration if you wish to do so afterwards. Members, just waiting for to come in the chat box. Remind members, it's there now at the very bottom of your chat box. It's the white box. So if you click on that, it'll give you an opportunity to vote for or against or abstain for the amendment. Members will give that an opportunity for members to vote, and when I close that vote, I shall come to those members who are unable to cast. Members, I've had 63 responses, so I'm going to close the electronic vote, and I'm going to go to those members who've had difficulty working. Councillor Tim, voting.
For the amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Michael Jones.
For the amendment, if you didn't get it, Chairman.
Thank you, Michael. We've got that now. Councillor Gwilym Williams.
Against the amendment.
Against, thank you. Members, are there any other members who are unable to vote?
Chair, sorry, Chair, about this. I do apologise. But is Wyn supposed to be phoning Liam? I can't quite understand what's happening. Some technical issues, and Liam's got here that Wyn is going to phone him. I said I thought you should phone
Councillor Karen, the vote is going on by my understanding that IT have been in touch with Councillor Liam, and they can't resolve his problems because he's got none of his devices with him.
He's got something with him. Okay, so thank you.
Members, the vote is still live. Councillor Jeremy, you're speaking, but I fear that your microphone isn't up. Oh, we're not picking you up for some reason anyway. Still not getting you, Councillor Jeremy. Members, please tell me if others are picking out Councillor Jeremy and I'm not.
No, can't hear him, Chair.
I'm not picking Councillor Jeremy up.
No, can't hear him, Chair.
He's on mute now.
You've muted yourself, Councillor Jeremy. Members, before we get Councillor Jeremy to come in, members, I suggest we close the vote.
Can I say I am trying to point out that I have sent Liam Wyn's phone number, so he's obviously in the meeting because he's participating in the chat box. So to say he's not in the meeting is disingenuous, to say the least. So if you could give him a chance now, I've just sent him the number. He'd be able to vote because he does represent people in Powys.
Councillor Jeremy, we're not suggesting anything of that nature. We're suggesting that he's listening to the broadcast, but he's not in the meeting. He's listening to the public broadcast and commenting in his chat box.
Well, surely that's in the meeting. What's the difference between in the meeting? He's taking part in the meeting. He understands the meeting, and he wishes to vote on behalf of the people that put him in the place.
Well,
So,
at
in my
this,
opinion, he should be entitled to vote.
Councillor Jeremy, there's obviously some delay because he's not in the meeting. As it stands, Councillor Liam has not voted, and I've closed the voting. So there's obviously a problem on his side, and we can't rectify it.
Have we lost the chair?
Chair, can I just intervene on a point of order?
I think we've lost the chair.
No, the chair is still here. We're just trying to decipher the voting. Councillor Emily, please.
I'm sorry. I mean, I'm completely baffled by this. I have, in many previous meetings when I've struggled to log into my actual councillor account, I have been allowed to vote in the chat box and verbally. And I don't, I'm voting for this. I don't even have the same vote as Councillor Liam, but I think it is absolutely ridiculous that he has been in the meeting. He may not be technically logged in, but he's attended the meeting by listening and from the very beginning, and we're denying him his chance to vote, even though if you look in the chat box, he has very clearly indicated his vote on this. So I just think we really need to think about this again, because I'm not sure how this stands up.
I'm absolutely with you on this, Councillor Emily. But if you read the chat box, and confirmation is he voted before I opened the vote. He hasn't voted when I opened the vote, and so all I've asked Councillor Liam to do is to click on his camera and give proof that he's in the meeting. That's all I've asked to do. I'm mindful to accept his vote, but all I'm trying to do is so that procedure is conducted in a fair and precise manner.
Sorry, Chair, can I come in there, please? I don't want to labour the debate. Can I just request clear clarification from Clive what constitutes being in the meeting? Because if you can see the debate and he can comment on the debate in the chat box, if you can't do it live, then surely that is being within the meeting, and to withhold his vote wouldn't be undemocratic. I would like clear clarification from Clive, please.
All I'm trying to do is to have a parallel that we're operating as councillors. We're all operating from the same system. I'm mindful to accept his vote, but there is some issue with him not logging in and being part of this meeting like everybody else. I've given opportunity for Councillor Liam to speak. I've given opportunity for Councillor Liam to bring his camera on, and he hasn't. I will accept his vote on this occasion because that seems to be the direction of the meeting. But all I'm saying is, why should there be some different procedure for one councillor when all the other councillors are operating, showing that they're all logged in? For all I know, that could be a member of the public using Councillor Liam's device.
Absolutely, Chairman. You're absolutely right.
Thank you, Chair, and I appreciate your reply. I would still like Clive to just, confirm what being in the meeting is, because I don't know if it's written in the Constitution anywhere. And when people have technical problems where they can't physically speak or have their screen up, we're using this more.
Councillor John,
I'll leave it at that, Chair.
Councillor John, we really are using up too much time on something pathetic. I'll go to the monitoring officer.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members. In normal circumstances, we would be in the chamber, and if members weren't in the chamber, they were not allowed to vote. So it's only because we're in this virtual realm that we have these problems. And the issue, as the Chair rightly explained, is that Councillor Liam, for a number of meetings, has not been recorded as being in the meeting. There is an opportunity for him to sort this out before the next meeting, and I encourage him to do that, please.
Members, I've explained to you the difficulty I have in accepting Councillor Liam's vote. I've accepted it, and I am now not going to have any further debate on it, and I'll wait for the result of the vote to come through, please.
Chairman, I'm
very sorry. This is totally undemocratic. Totally.
Whoever's talking, I'm sorry. I haven't spoken yet, Councillor Phil Pritchard, but I don't agree with your decision, Chairman, but I respect it. If somebody isn't here and we can't prove that they're here in the meeting, then they shouldn't be counted. What happens if I go off to Australia? Are you going to take my vote if I just happen to ring it in the chat box? No. The proper way, we have to know that people are here in this situation, and that means they're actually on the screen and we can see them. Of course, I could say, Chairman, the best way to sort this out is to go back to the chamber. Perhaps I'll put an amendment in on that before long.
Councillor Phil, I welcome your support. I really do. I thank you. I've made a decision on it now. Councillor Liam's vote will be counted, and I'm now waiting the result of that vote.
Chair, thank you. I have the result of the vote, including Councillor Liam's vote. So for the amendment 35, against amendment 32, total number of votes cast 67. There were no abstentions.
Members, you heard the monitoring officer declaration. Members, the amendment has been carried. Members, we now go back.
Chairman, can I stop you there just for the future? That could be one hell of a precedent for the future. And I'm sorry, if 20 people had the same problem, you would be in trouble. Now, although we've got suspended standing orders at the moment, right, I do believe the monitor officer and everybody else should look at this and make it absolutely plain who is entitled to vote and who is not for the next meeting. Otherwise, one of these days we are going to be in serious trouble.
Councillor Phil, I think we recognise your point. I think we've had enough debate on it, to be honest with you. I'm doing my best. The monitoring officer clearly said it's never a problem if we're in the chamber, but it's in our new world. At the end of the day, it's up to individuals to sort their IT out, and they've got sufficient support to be in this meeting, as so many of you are, and that's why I was so insistent in the beginning. But obviously that didn't go down well, and I changed my opinion. Members, we're now entitled to go back to the budget debate. I'm mindful of the fact that Councillor David was wishing to propose an amendment. Are you wishing to propose that amendment at this point?
Yes, Chair.
Councillor David.
Yes, I am, Chair.
Yeah, I was giving you the introduction there, Councillor David. Please do.
Yeah, do we need to make the amendment available to members in the chat box or something? Wording of the amendment.
Councillor David, I'm aware that the amendment has now been circulated together with the 151 officer's opinion.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Members, we bring this amendment forward in recognition of the severe financial pressures being faced by families, not just in Powys, but nationally, due to this unprecedented cost of living crisis. Our proposal reduces the council tax in 3.4 to 0 as opposed to 3.5%. We propose to fund this reduction by utilising the budget management reserve of £4.3 million, £3.1 million, which would have to be used to cover the loss of council tax revenue proposed in the original amendment. Now, I know that generally speaking, we've got an aversion to using reserves, but this isn't part of the general fund. It is a budget management reserve that was set up about 4 years by the current 151 officer's predecessor, and was identifying at the time some pressures that we were experiencing with the adult services. Interestingly, this reserve has never been used. I think last year there was a suggestion just before Christmas actually that Children's Services might have required £1.8 million of it, but we're now told that that's not the case and they are going to manage their budget without that intervention. Now that suggests to me that services are at long last managing their budgets far more effectively, getting better value for money, etc. And there might not be a need for this budget management reserve at the level it's currently set. It's also worth noting that even though this would reduce that reserve to about 1.2 million, the forecast at the end of December for the year end 21-22 was an underspend of 1.1 million, and there's still outstanding claims with Welsh Government to come. So potentially we could be putting perhaps £2 million back into that reserve, which would generally alleviate quite considerably the position that leaves our reserves in. It's also worth remembering that the current budget proposals actually include over £20 million worth of service pressures within department budgets, and that should be more than enough if managed properly to ensure that we can deliver adequate services to our residents. So at the end of the day, what we're saying is we as elected members, I feel, have a duty to do everything we possibly can to aid our hard-pressed families through this unprecedented national crisis. And that's, Chair, the reason that I'd like to move this amendment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor David. Just for members' information, that amendment has been circulated to you also. The information that Councillor David has delivered to you is available for you in your email accounts. Members, I've had a proposal for an amendment. I'm looking for a seconder at this point.
Yes, Chair. Councillor Matthew Dorrans would like to second it.
Thank you, Councillor Matthew. Are you wishing to speak now, or are you waiting to listen to the debate?
I'm happy to speak now, Chair, and I understand Councillor David Thomas will exercise his right to reply.
Thank you.
Chair, families in Powys are facing an unprecedented cost of living crisis. Energy, food and fuel are all rocketing, and that's causing hardship in our communities. It is because of these exceptional circumstances that we are demanding that this council freezes council tax. Our costed proposal seeks the mixed use of the £4.3 million budget management reserve and the new funding given to this council by the Welsh Government. Labour's conversations with the Section 151 officer and the monitoring officer today confirm that this would deliver a balanced and legal budget. I know members will want assurances in relation to our reserve levels, and I want to make clear that this budget management reserve has never been used. So I ask, if not now, then when? The time to act and help our residents is now. Martin Lewis, the money saving expert, says people will be choosing between heating and eating come April, which the trusted Consumer Affairs magazine says that energy costs are set to soar by £700 a year. And data shows that food and groceries could increase by £180 a year. We don't make this proposal lightly. We understand the need to use public money wisely. But our proposal is costed, and I would like to reiterate that it is legal. Clearly, this council can't solve the cost of living crisis on its own, but we must take the opportunity to do what is within our powers for the good of our communities. I understand that the Welsh Conservative Group was elected on a promise to freeze council tax, so it now is the time to make good on that promise and back our demand today. Chair, I second this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Matthew. Members, I'm opening it up to the floor now, but I'm looking for group leaders to speak, and then I will allow local members to speak if they can pick up on any relevant points which the group leaders have picked out. Councillor James.
Many thanks, Chair. I'm very pleased to support this amendment, and indeed I speak on behalf of my group in that we are unanimous in our support for it. I just think members need to just reflect on how we have got to where we are today. Up until today, over the last, during this council tax has been raised by over 27%.
Councillor James appears to have disappeared, but when he reconnects, we'll go back to his opportunity to speak. Are there any other group leaders which wish to speak at this time?
I am back now. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, Councillor Jeremy, I was just going to introduce yourself. Councillor James, please continue.
Oh God, wonders of technology. I should be as quick as I can before I get.
Councillor James, we did stop the watch.
Yeah, that's very kind of you, but I'm not worried about the watch, Claire. I'm worried about the internet. As I was saying, we have raised already in this council tax by over 27% since 2017, and if this amendment is defeated and the 3.4% stands, it will take us over 30%. Now, this is a pretty extraordinary figure on its own, and whilst the advice of the 151 officer is gratefully received, and she is indeed entitled, and it is her duty to highlight the risks in budget proposals, and she does so with great clarity. And her duty is to protect the current and future finances of the council to the best of her ability, and she does that very well. So I make no criticism of her whatsoever. But what I have to say is, as members, we have a broader responsibility. It isn't just about the interests of the council, it's about the interests of the communities and the individuals who live in them that we represent. And one thing that I always feel is that we sometimes forget that this isn't the council's money, this is the public's money, it's their money that we are dealing with here. And the point has been made that we live in extraordinary times, and indeed we do. And indeed the events that are taking place today in Eastern Europe are going to make those times exponentially more difficult, as we've seen oil burst through the $100 a barrel level, and we know that gas prices are going to continue to rise, particularly if the conflict there escalates, as it looks certain to do. So the cost of living in this country is going to rise very significantly, more than it already is. We are already at well over 5% inflation, and inflation is set to peak certainly at 8% and possibly higher. And one of the things we know about Powys is that it is a very expensive place to live in many ways. It is essential, pretty much. So many people need a car, which in a city you don't. And the cost of filling that car is going to rise, and already risen. So we know that people are going to face, apart from groceries and other costs and increases in taxation in April, significant extra cost. And we as a council have a duty to do what we can to alleviate that burden. We can't control the price of oil, we can't control the price of groceries, but we can control the cost of council tax. And if we don't take this opportunity of, yes, what is one-off funding from Welsh Government, and we accept it's one-off, and a zero increase in council tax will have to be, I'm sure, a one-off. We don't do this now.
Conclusion, please, Councillor James.
I'm just about to do that, Chair. If we don't do this now, we will never have a better opportunity to assist the people we represent in this way. We really should pass this amendment, because this is an opportunity other councils have taken, and we should take it too. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor James. I'm going to Councillor Jeremy, then followed by Councillor Allard, and then Councillor Rosemary.
Thank you very much, Chair. If you go with the 3.4%, it basically means we're over 30% in 5 years, which is hard to live with in a low waged area. Our young families were starting out with both partners earning low money. All of a sudden, interest rates look to be going up, fuel's going up, cars and necessities, food for the children. We cannot carry on. We need and we have a duty of care to these people within our area to support them at this time. We have had a very, very good settlement, millions and millions of pounds more than any of us ever thought. And if now is a time to stand up and be counted and support the youngsters and the elderly, now is the time to do it. I'm very pleased to say that this vote will be logged and this vote will be available for the public to see, because I think it's important that they hold all of us as councillors responsible for the way we vote. And I commend the Labour Party for putting this motion forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Jeremy. Councillor Allard, followed by Councillor Rosemary.
Thank you, Chair. Our proposal of a 3.4% increase will add additional £47 a year to the council tax of a Band D house. It is not excessive. It is below the rate of inflation, and it will secure services for the most vulnerable within our society. And that's what we are here for. The children looked after, the elderly that need home care. To freeze council tax puts those services at risk. It is totally irresponsible of Labour to do this. They had the opportunity to do this by proposing an alternative budget. They have not. Our amendment this morning concerned additional funding in the last couple of weeks. They could have possibly spent that in a different way, but they chose not to. We have lowered the council tax to the lowest point we can, and yet we will deliver good services to our most vulnerable people in our community. I strongly urge everybody, every councillor, to read the last line of the Section 151 officer advice, that she strongly advises council not to approve this proposal. It will put our services at risk and the future of the council at risk. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Ali. Councillor Rosemary.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon, everybody. I note that Councillor James, the Leader of the Opposition, says that the county is an extremely expensive one to live in. Indeed it is, and it's extremely expensive for us as a local authority as well. We did a rural cost analysis about 2 years into the time when we were a cabinet, and providing services to such a big rural authority is much more expensive than it is in any other local authority in Wales. Even in areas of deprivation, when you think about the roads that we have to maintain, the domiciliary care provision, the schools, collecting waste, we could go on. Councillor James also asks us to reflect on recent years. We should reflect on recent years. In 10 out of 12 of the last years, we had the lowest settlement in Wales. Other authorities had higher settlements. They were able to put money into reserves. We were not able to do that. Our reserves are really quite low, and it puts the council at risk if we dip into reserves as being suggested. We have also, and I've done some homework on this, we have also put a reasonable amount of money aside for a pending pay award. Other local authorities have put much less, which I would say is quite a risky situation, but we do understand these are political decisions and there is an election coming up. I certainly could not support this. I mean, in an ideal world, yes, wonderful. We're all council taxpayers as well, don't forget. But thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Rosemary, Leader. Councillor Karen, are you looking to speak? Councillor Karen, your microphone.
I don't know whether Councillor Ian wants to speak first, Chair.
I'm with group leaders at this point.
Oh, sorry, Chair. Yeah, only to say, Chair, that I welcome the actual motion put forward or the amendment put forward, the amendment to the amendment put forward by David and Councillor Matthew on behalf of the Labour Party, Labour Group. But I think we should reflect as well that the residents that they actually represent, plus myself, are multicoloured, sort of as far as cross-party and what have you. It's not just a Labour asking for Labour. They're actually representing across the actual divides then between the political divide. What I want to say, Chair, is that Welsh Government, you know, they are Labour, but they could have been any of the parties. But Welsh Government, as an authority, as a body, is actually giving Powys County Council a well-earned, a well-welcomed boost, a financial boost, and they themselves are saying that we can use that money to offset or towards the council tax. Now, as we said earlier, we all need to roll our sleeves up and work together now to make sure that if this is passed, that we don't actually allow any extra spend or any waste, shall I say, within the authority to continue, so that we can actually give confidence back to the officers that we are fully supporting them and striving to work with them to actually ensure a well-balanced budget, and at the same time meeting the crucial needs of the residents of Powys, the people that we serve, the people who elected us. And that's all I want to say is, if you can just remember, this is a one-off boost. Just remember the word boost, and it's meeting so many needs. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Karen. I believe that's all the group leaders who had an opportunity to speak. I'm now making an opportunity for other members to speak. Members, I do remind you, please try to develop the debate rather than reiterate anything which has been said by group leaders. Councillor Ian is first, followed by Councillor Joy.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say that, I mean, I've just said what the leader said about some historic issues that we've had in terms of not being sent enough, and I agree that we've struggled to keep enough in reserves. But this last settlement, we were finally sent what we deserved, to the tune of an extra £18.6 million. Now, if you were to equate that £18.6 million into a council tax increase, that comes to about 21.6%. So if we're now going to add another 3.4% on that, in net terms, we're going to be increasing our council tax by approximately 25%. If you were to count the 18.6 million as a council tax increase. So that's why I'm sticking to my guns, and I must insist that we mustn't put council tax up at all. I will therefore be supporting this amendment, but I do have to question some of Labour's points that they've made in terms of sort of trying to protect people through the cost of living crisis and so on, when it's a Labour-run Brecon Town Council who've put their precept up by somewhere in the region of 250 to 300% in the last term. So I'll leave it at that. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Ian. Councillor Joy, welcome.
Thank you, Chair. Before we go much further, I would like if Councillor Allard could highlight what support there is available for people for paying the council tax, because obviously we've got people that are in dire straits that need the help. So even if we go with the zero freeze, people are still going to need to know how to get the support that they need to be able to get funding to pay towards their council tax. But we have got a very serious situation, and earlier one of our speakers said that people are going to have to choose between paying for their heating and buying food. I'm afraid that's already happening. The food surplus that's been set up, people are having to use that now because they are struggling to buy food, and because the bills are going up. I think there was a lot of people very shocked when they got their bills at the beginning of this year for their electricity, because it's already risen. And now I'm speaking to people that are actually telling me in the street that they're very, very frightened of what's to come. It's not just the electricity. We struggle because we've got to use our cars, as has been mentioned. We have to use our cars to get to medical services. So there's so many things that we have to do by living in a rural area. I do appreciate we also have to repair and support the services that we need running as well to support people. But it's very, very difficult when we know that there's tremendous poverty. And on my ward alone, we are really seriously in poverty. We've actually child poverty with one of the third in Wales for that, and that's on my ward. So I struggle very, very much with people having to pay council tax, and especially when they feel that they're paying more and getting less. And that is the story I hear constantly, that we pay more and we get less. And we have got to look after our residents, and it is a very difficult situation, because I do get it. The council needs the money to pay for services, but there is this funding available, and if that can help bring this down and actually give people a break when we know that these costs are going to go up, and actually we know that there are so many people that do get support and are getting support already. But what about those people that are only £1 over that support? And it's not just the council tax that's going to go up by £47 in the next year. It's all the other bills that will go up that won't make a difference, because they're actually just that £1 over getting the support, but yet their bills will rise and they're not going to be able to pay. So they're not going to be able to feed themselves. They're not going to be able to have heating. We will see deaths. And that, to me, is very, very worrying. And I just have to bring it forward. It's really, I've thought this through so hard, and and I do listen to the community.
Councillor Joy, I thought you were concluding then, but you will have to do so now.
I almost am, but I've worked all through the pandemic taking out food parcels to people, but prior to that I was also doing that. And the food bank in Newtown is actually short of food at this moment because they've had to give out a lot of parcels in the last few months. So I just wanted to bring that forward. Thank you very much for your time, Chair, and I'm sorry if I've just run over, but I appreciate you allowing me to do that. Thank you.
Councillor Joy, thank you very much. I'm not going to return to the portfolio holder at this point. I'm going to seek further comment from the floor, then I'll return to the portfolio holder and then to go to Councillor David with his right to reply. So members, if you've got something to say, please say now before I return to the portfolio holder. Councillor Emily. Councillor Emily, are you with us? Here we go.
Trying.
There we go.
Hello, yeah. So many great points made, and like you said, I don't want to labour the same old points made by colleagues across the floor. And from my point of view, and I'm sure this is the same as my colleagues and my group, anything we can possibly do to keep council tax as low as we can is something that we have to do at this point in time. I'm kind of a long-term thinking person, and it does concern me what we're going to do, in 12 months' time, how that might affect council tax at that point. But we've got to remember that, of course, we're facing a cost of living crisis we've not seen in whatever since COVID, and we are Wales is £1 billion worse off than we were 3 years ago, despite promises made with regards to the Shared Prosperity Fund and levelling up. We know that that's nonsense now. And this is a lot of what that money would have gone to is it's structural funding, and this money would have gone to our rural communities. We also know that the money available to our farming community, our rural Wales, is going to be drastically reduced. So in the new government and the new schemes, there will be so much less money available from other sources to support our rural communities at a time when rural communities are on their knees after COVID, after leaving the European Union. And I just feel that at this point in time, we absolutely can't afford to put another pound on the bills of all of our residents in Powys than we absolutely have to. So giving this amendment some careful thought after it being circulated and seeing that it really is possible to bring it down to 0% this year, I mean, absolutely voting in favour of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Emily. There's various people bringing their cameras up, but you're not in the vote. So, Councillor David Meredith, are you looking to speak?
I am, Chair, if I may.
Yeah, of course you can, and I assume then it will be followed by Councillor John. Councillor David, please.
It's only in relation to what Councillor Ian actually said about Brecon Down Council. In actual fact, it is because of the cutbacks this cabinet has made that we were forced to take on extra opening of Argyre into making it a viable proposition. We've taken on the running of the public toilets. Only recently we took on another public toilet, which is at the bus station. We took those on. We've taken on street cleaning. We've taken on the Tourist Information Centre, and we've been replacing play equipment in parks. That's all because of the cutbacks that were made by this council, and we were forced to take them on, taking them on by what a lot of the public actually requested that we did. So just for clarification, we are fighting the cutbacks made by Powys really in Brecon.
Thank you, Councillor David. Apologies, Councillor John, I hadn't seen your your hand in the box. You are there now, followed by Councillor Mavanwi. Councillor Mavanwi.
It's all right, Chair. No problem at all. Thank you for the opportunity to speak again. Just a few comments, really. Bit disappointing to hear Councillor Allard say it's only £47 a year. You know, that's almost £1 a week, and to some people that might not be a much, but to a lot of residents it's a lot of money. Add to that the increase in council rent, food, heating, travel and everything else. You know, the leader is correct in saying we've had some of the lowest settlements in previous years, but this year we haven't, and it's always been our residents that have borne the brunt of these low settlements, and they've always been there for us. They've always paid the extra that we've put on to their rates, so it's about time we give back. This isn't a game, this is real money. These are real people that's having a real effect, and it's about time we showed some support to them. They can't just press reset as you would with a game and start again. You know, they've had a tough time. Everyone's had a tough time, so we need to support it. So please don't make this a political game with political battles, because we should be here for them and to support them going forward. And anyone that can't see that just this once we could do a zero increase and really show the support to our residents who have always supported us, it's a very sad place if they can't see the common sense in it. Thank you for your time, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor John. Councillor Mavanwi.
Thank you. I think there seems to be some misunderstanding as the impact of a zero increase. A zero increase will mean that our services will erode by whatever the rate of inflation is. So this is not a 0% council tax increase, is effectively a cut. Powys is reeling from the impact of COVID. Our services and our dauntless frontline workers have worked tirelessly to ensure the battle is won, but they're exhausted and they need hope for the future. This budget is an attempt to rebuild Powys, a budget for investment in our future, in our environment, in our businesses, but above all in our people. There is 2.3 million in this budget, which we are very grateful to have received from Welsh Government, to rise the income, the wages of our poorest workers, our frontline care workers. This is a budget which is essential to restore the services in Powys that have been impacted so badly. You may choose not to support this thoughtful and efficient budget. You may think that recovery and supporting those in desperate need matters less than making a political point. But just remember what you're saying no to today. You're saying no to helping foster families. You're saying no to providing appropriate, comfortable homes for elderly people who have worked all their lives and deserve to live in dignity. You are saying no to community connectivity, no to energy efficient homes, no in fact to the services all our residents desperately need. It's easy enough to draft motions to this council, ladies and gentlemen, saying that you want to support the environment, want to support carers, but when asked to actually do something about supporting those people, you choose not to. If that is the case, I suggest that you examine your conscience and wonder whether you might not be guilty of hypocrisy. I would like to ask this, the Chairman's permission to ask the opinion of the Director of Social Services, Ali Bullman, who is the most widely respected professional in her field, not just in Wales, but in the United Kingdom, as to what she believes the impact of an inflation level cut will have on social services.
I think we've lost you there, Councillor Move, but I think you'd come to a conclusion here.
I have indeed, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Councillor Move. Ali, are you looking to get in there?
Chair, I'm happy to comment on the budget proposals for social services at whatever point you feel appropriate, but I'm not quite sure I can follow that wonderful praise from Councillor Mavanwi about me. So, so whenever you want me to comment, Councillor Grindle.
Yeah, thank you, Ali. Again, correct me if I'm wrong, but I understand we will vote on this amendment, and then we'll have to go to the motion to propose the budget through, which will give an opportunity to speak. Is that the best way of doing it, or I'm really not sure.
Chair, if you want to allow Ali Bullman to speak now, now's the time.
Ali, please.
Or after other members at some stage before the vote.
Yeah, we'll take other members and then
Okay.
we'll return to you, Ali. I'm also going to give an opportunity to Jane to speak as well. And members, I've got various people popping up on my screens now. Is that an indication you wish to speak? But I would prefer if you use the speaking app. But if you wish to speak, please say indicate by your hand now. Councillor John, are you wishing to speak?
Yes, I'm in the chat box.
Oh, right. Sorry. I'm having a bit of difficulty with my chat box all of a sudden. I'm not sure why. Councillor John, please.
Yeah, I think interesting tirade there from Mavanwi, but actually this isn't about the inflation. This is about using money that we already have to actually in 1 year to put the zero budget in place. But I just wanted to raise over the last 5 years, Finance Panel and Finance Panel is made up of chairs of scrutiny committees and group leaders. They have always raised concerns about the affordability of rising council tax year on year on year for residents. And I just wanted to point out in the budget papers on page 6, if we didn't have any indication that people were struggling, you only have to look at the fact that on table 1, free school meals in 1 year has raised by 13%. And those people claiming who are not in employment has risen by 76%. So there is real problems out there. And I don't think it is wise to tax them anymore. And I think Finance Panel, if this had time to come to them, would have supported a 1 year 0%. Thank you. Gwynfor, you're muted.
Do apologise there. I was speaking away then, being muted. I'm coming to Councillor Peat, followed by Councillor Gwilym. Good morning. Good afternoon, Councillor Peat.
Thank you, Chair. And I welcome Councillor Mavanwi's intervention for all the wrong reasons. This is about using funds that are not assigned to existing services. So everything that she said is irrelevant to this debate for this year. Our council has put budgets together year on year that have seen costs rise. It's also put budgets together year on year with savings that have failed to be delivered. The reason we are in this position today is around the mismanagement of the council and is not around anything other than that. We should not be looking to our council taxpayers to fund our failings. And they are our failings. They are as much mine as they are as the portfolio holder whose head I see shaking at the moment, because we haven't held them to account as strictly as we should have done. So we need to look at this. We've heard this is only £50 a year, but that's for the council taxpayer at Band D. And we must recognise that most of our properties are not at Band D. We have farms, we have large historic buildings, all of which who will be paying higher than this. And we need to be mindful that many of those, because of the nature of this area, will have people on fixed incomes who have retired and who cannot afford these increases in one little bit. Yes, these are exceptional times. Yes, these will have consequences. But whilst we ask our council taxpayer to tighten our belts, we are not doing the same. Our capital programme is untouched. We are looking at extensive projects coming forward, and we are not considering the change in circumstances. Yes, this is for 1 year, but during that year, we need to step back and look very closely at everything we are doing as a council. We need to concentrate on our core services and not look for the bells and whistles that are attractive projects on paper, but which cost our council taxpayers thousands in repayment of interest under our MRP. I urge you to support this, and then let us take stock over the coming 12 months to actually deliver something that was within our budgets and tighten our belts as much as we expect our council taxpayers to tighten theirs. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Peake. Councillor Gwilym, followed by Councillor Jake.
Thank you. I'll try to keep it within the time limit. Budgets are always about income and expenditure. And if we go back to look at scrutiny, particularly the health service scrutiny, which I once chaired, in there I had the health board chief executive, Cheryl Shalabier. There was money owing from the health board to Powys. Currently looking at the latest figures between April 2019 to December 21, which have been publicised, is 4.7 million that is still owing by the health board to Powys. Now, when Carol Shalabier came there, the figures were different then, but she agreed that they would look and try to get this money paid to Powys. And if the chair of Alan, currently of the health board committee and the cabinet member for health had pursued this, a lot of that money could have been reclaimed by now. And it's a pity it hasn't been done. That's income coming in. Secondly, I would say politically, Aled Davis and I and Gwynfor and a lot of other Conservatives stood on the promise that council tax would be kept low. Well, we've just been told it's over 30%. That certainly hasn't been low. So obviously, Aled has betrayed the people that he promised of 30%.
We appear to be lost you, Councillor Gwilym. Obviously, if we've lost you, you can't hear this, but we will give you an opportunity to conclude when you come back. Councillor Jake.
Thank you. Have you got me?
Yeah,
Hello?
we've got Councillor Jake.
Is he
gone
coming?
again.
Sorry, Councillor Jake. Sorry, Councillor Gwilym, you've dropped away there.
Yeah.
I'll give you an opportunity to conclude.
Yeah, technology. Yeah, so I feel that we can all criticize, but the money would have been available if we'd have managed things better. And that's my disappointment in it all. And therefore, I feel I will support the Labour amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gwilym. Councillor Jake, now's your opportunity. Sorry for stealing your thunder there.
No, fine. Thank you, Chair. And for me, it isn't about politics. It is about people. And just to clarify, I have been examining my conscience, and I have been listening to people on the doorstep as well. And I think what is clear is that there are no easy decisions to be made today. But I am conscious that the council has also, as part of its budget setting process, asked residents for their opinions on this budget. And I note from the report that of the 493 respondents, none of those has indicated that in a scenario where this council would receive a windfall of over £18 million from the government, would they then expect to pay additional council tax at this time? And on their behalf, nor do I. And obviously, I will therefore be voting for this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jake.
Chair, we seem to have lost you.
Apologies. I'm back with you now. Councillor Aled, I'll return to you later on if you don't mind. I've got Councillor Stephen Hayes and Councillor Bryn Davis next. So good afternoon, Councillor Stephen.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of points, if I may. The first one is slightly to take issue with Councillor Jake about the use of the term windfall. We've been fortunate to have a very significantly larger settlement this year than we've had in previous years. But of course, that's because of the exceptional circumstances we've been through in the last couple of years. If the council was in the habit of sorting away money, we would have significantly larger reserves than we do. Our reserves remain on the borderline of being at risk, because everything that we receive, we try and put into services for the people of Powys. But the other point I want to make very briefly is there's been talk as if this is, and some people have used the words, a one-off opportunity. In setting council tax, there is no one-off opportunity, because every decision we make implicates the following years. And if we were to agree a 0% increase this year, we are mortgaging future years to do that. And we're putting a burden on the shoulders of the councillors who will be sitting here next year trying to make the same difficult decisions. I totally agree with all councillors that this is a really difficult debate this year because we're in unusual circumstances. But please, there is no one-off opportunity. The decisions we make today have consequences for future budgets. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Stephen. Councillor Bryn Anda, are you with us?
Helo, Symai. Yeah, diolch yn fawr, Cadeirydd. Yeah, I mean, Stephen Hayes, to be fair, has more or less stolen my thunder, really, because the question I had, I mean, I know we've got an election coming up and it's quite easy to ask for, you know, 0% rises and all that. With election coming up, I don't see any fault with anybody in doing that. But would the 151 officer be able to clarify what the consequences of having a 0% rise this year, what effect that would have on next year's council tax setting, if we, you know, unless we decide those services are too generous at the moment, do we, you know, can we sustain the services as they are currently? That was my question. Perhaps whether the 151 officer could clarify that for us.
Thank you, Councillor Bryn. I am going to hold Jane back until the end, really, so that she can pick up on all points. I'm just trying to put everything into a neat little box so that we can get all discussion debated with. I will return to the portfolio holder, and I will report, and I'm also going to return to Ali and also the proposer of the motion. But as yet, I've still got a few hands to deal with. Councillor Amanda, followed by Councillor Sandra.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to address the particular comments made by Councillor Gwilym, insinuating that as Chair of Scrutiny, I have done little to push forward things with the Health Board in relation to monies it's felt are owed to the services. I'd just like to invite Councillor Gwilym to actually relook at the comments I made in the last full council, which absolutely suggest otherwise. We have been very active with the Health Board behind the scenes. I have met with them privately. I can't go into discussions because much of it is confidential. Our most recent scrutiny of the budget, which I'll come to later after the vote on this amendment has passed, will include a continued reference to our engagement with the Health Board. I can assure you we are, as a committee, and myself as chair, have been engaging with the Health Board very strongly and will do what we can to continue so in the time that we have left. So I just want to put that on record. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Amanda. Councillor Sandra is next, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity to speak for this amendment, and the reason being, obviously, because of the atrocious position that we're in at this present time, with the escalating costs of living and the exorbitant costs of fuel. Everything is increasing, ever increasing. And as has been said, our council tax too has been increasing. £47 for a year does not sound much, but when it's in accumulation with the other existing escalating costs, it might be the straw that breaks the camel's back. I'll try not to repeat what has already been said, but mention has been made about the capital spend. And one thing I've picked up, and we've had a real terrible time when the street lights were affected previously, and I just have to bring this to people's attention in case you've missed it. I think it's either 9.5 million or is it 10 million that is planned to be taken of capital money, invest into taking out the existing lamppost columns and rewiring the system so that the lights will then be dimmed. Now, where's the where's the sense in that? We're expecting to take that huge amount of money out of the public purse in order to improve the service. I'm sorry, I cannot swallow that. Another thing that I've got concerns with is the school's budgets. They're always being depleted, and I know that we're taking money from one area to pay back another, but to take it from one area, it's all the public purse, it's all Powys County Council's money. It's the mismanagements of the past that we're in this position now, and we are in a dire position. But I think the most palatable thing to do is to support this motion, that is this amendment, the amendment that the Labour councillors have put together. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sandra. Members, there's been some significant contributions to this amendment. I'm suggesting Councillor Jackie will be the last speaker because I have to return to the portfolio holder. Councillor Karen, I'm sorry you're indicating, but you had the opportunity to speak on the amendment already. I'm suggesting then return to the portfolio hold, return to Ali, and then comment from the 151 officer, and then right to reply from Councillor David Thomas. Councillor Jackie, please.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm sorry, I've got two hands there, but it's only one I mean to put up there. I wanted to ask again a fairly simple question. And it relates actually to the number of, or the percentage of households in Powys that are actually above band D, because I think this is crucial to this debate today, because anybody above band D will not receive any kind of rebate from the government in respect of rising energy costs in any way. And in addition to that, most of those houses are also off-grid as well. So they're going to get a double whammy. So I wondered if somebody could just give me the percentage of households that are above band D in Powys at this time. I've done my own little bit of research. It was very difficult to do, but my bit of research suggested that 80% of households in Powys are above band D.
Thank you. That's an opportune time to return to the portfolio holder. Members, undoubtedly, the portfolio holder and officers will prompt comment, but I'm suggesting the debate is ended on this matter now. Just coming to you as portfolio Aled to address some of the issues raised. So I can remind you to please address the issues that have been raised other than anything else.
Thank you, Chair. Just the last point first from Councillor Jackie. The average council tax paid in Powys is slightly above the band D, but certainly not 80% of houses are above band D. I will get you the figures. It is nearer the half, I would have thought. But Councillor Joy makes an extremely important point about the least well-off in our community. We do, through the council tax reduction scheme, support 9,600 residents or households with about 10.6 million, and that applies to all banding. It's not limited to band D and below. Some 23,000 households get some form of discount on their council tax, like single person discount. And you will all know that Welsh Government and UK Government have promised about £150 for reduction to all those living in a band D or below. That's £150, and hopefully we can do most of those through the automatically if we've got their BACS details. So that should go into the bank accounts pretty quickly in the new financial year. So we do as much as we can to support our residents across Powys, and there's over £30 million altogether in some form of discounts to support those most in need. I was slightly surprised, I must say, by the Chair of Audit's comments that he's happy to see a raid on reserves. Those reserves are there for a purpose. The budget is an estimate of the future 12 months. Sorry, I was just looking through my email as well, and I found that 42% of homes, or 26,000, are above band D. So that's less than half are above band D. Apologies, but I was slightly surprised by the portfolio chair of audit suggesting we raid reserves. Those reserves are there for a purpose. The budget is an estimate for the next 12 months, and clearly we have not set funds, not finance every pressure within the system. Hence, we hold reserves to one side in case they come to fruition. Those reserves are there for a purpose and are extremely important in delivering services to our most vulnerable people. So once again, there are a number of points. I just urge everybody to consider not to support this motion. This budget is a well-balanced budget, and we have pushed council tax to the lowest possible position. And Councillor Stephen Hayes was very eloquent about the future impacts in future years. If we do not raise it by this year, we will have to raise it by a similar amount next year and more. So thank you, Chair. But I do urge everybody to vote down this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Allard. Jane, I'm going to return to you now. I appreciate your comments have been circulated by email. Jane, I'm sure there's things that you picked up on in the debate, and your opinion was requested on a couple of matters as well. So I'm going to Jane now, 151 officer.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, firstly, in response to some of the comments made by Councillor Williams around the Health Board debt, I just want to assure everybody that we raise invoices, and we have raised invoices to claim all the money we believe is owed to us by the Health Authority. And we continue to do that on a monthly basis, as do the payments coming in from Health. They continue to come through, and we do have discussions monthly with them to ensure that that relationship continues in that way. There is some outstanding, and we are continuing with discussions around that as well. Just want to clarify in terms of the settlement, and £18 million worth of additional funding is extremely welcome. We all appreciate that, but that does come with a number of expectations. You'll see from the budget report that we have over £22 million worth of pressure falling on our services during 22-23. That is, some of it is related to inflation, potential pay awards. We have to fulfil the commitment ourselves in terms of the national insurance increase, which is 1.2 million. We have changes in the number of people that we have to support due to those demographic changes, and that is adding pressure, particularly to our social services. We have to meet the additional pressures from the fire service and other organisations that levy charges on us. They are suffering from increased costs, and they pass those costs on to the council, so we have to meet those, and those are part of the budget proposal that you have before you. We also have to fulfil the real living wage commitment to be paid to carers. That is a significant commitment for the council of £2.3 million, and that doesn't just mean in terms of our own workers who are at that level, but also for those that are employed through the providers that provide those services for our residents. Services are seeing considerable pressure from all of these factors, and that is why we are grateful for the increased level of settlement that will help us cover those costs. But that alone is not sufficient to meet them all, and it is on that basis that we have to consider raising council tax to the levels that are being proposed. I'm going to just now refer to the proposal itself and the impact of that proposal on the council. So the impact removes £3.1 million worth of funding coming into the council's budget through that zero application of a council tax increase. And in order to bridge that gap, you have to maintain a balanced budget, and the proposal is to use some additional funding that has come in, but also reserves. But the key important factor of this is that is a one-off source of funding. It balances the budget for this year, but it does not balance the budget for all years. And that impact for 1 year will have repercussions for years to come as we have to fulfill that need, because immediately next year, that pressure will fall on next year's budget. It will create a significant budget gap for 23-24. It will actually double the gap that we currently have in that year to over 6 million. And the estimated rise in terms of the impact of that across the next 4 years is estimated at about £18 million. So we are £18 million short on our budget for the next 4 years. In order to balance that budget over the longer term, we will have to make further reductions to services or increase council tax by much larger percentages to bridge that gap. We've already had an indication from Welsh Government for next year and the year after that we can expect much lower levels of settlement. They are giving us an indication that that will be 3.5% for the first year and only a 2.4% for the second year. So again, we are returning to much lower levels of settlement over that period. If you were to replace the reduction that's being proposed today, you would need to raise council tax in the next 5 years by over 7%. And that would bring you back to a standstill position. That doesn't erode the budget gap that's still on that budget plan. And those reductions would still be required. That will impact, as many have said, across all the services of the council. That includes schools, that includes social care, that includes all of the services that we offer. And it will impact on the council's ability to continue with the capital investment that we have planned. We all acknowledge the impact on our residents of a rising council tax. But when you consider this proposal, council must also consider the reliance of our residents on the services that we provide. Maintaining an appropriate level of service is essential, and that is particularly for those that are most vulnerable in our communities. We have to be able to provide those services. The level of risk on the council's budget this year is greater than we've seen in many years. We too are impacted by rising inflation and rising costs, and you can see that from the proposal you see before you today with the level of funding that we need to provide to our services this year. The level of reserves that we hold offsets the risk that we have in our budget. Anything could happen during this year. We've seen it 2 years ago with the pandemic. We have to hold an adequate level of reserves to make sure that we secure that financial sustainability. And both in terms of financial sustainability and the ability to maintain appropriate levels of service, you have to consider that as you're debating this budget that's being proposed. On the basis of everything I've said, I do strongly advise council that you should not approve this proposal to implement a zero rise in council tax. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Jane. 151 officer. Members, I'm now returning to the proposal of the motion, Councillor David Thomas. Councillor David, at the conclusion of your response, please could you remind members of the proposed amendment which you have, because we will be going straight to the vote. Councillor David.
Thank you, Chair. I'll have to find a copy of the amendment when the time comes.
Councillor David, I've got a copy. I'll read on your behalf.
OK, thank you. I'd just like to address a few of the issues that came up in the debate, if I may, Chair. I can't for the life of me understand the rationale or the responsibility we can accept in leaving £4.3 million in a reserves budget that's never been used, particularly at a time when we've got these enormous pressures, financial pressures, facing residents of Powys. It makes no sense whatsoever to me. It's all right if we've got to make it up next year, the year after, the year following that, we can address that at the time. At the moment, our residents need our help, and it doesn't seem to me to be a responsible situation where we simply ignore the £4.3 million that's sitting there and go and apply a 3.4% council tax increase on our residents. On this question of inflation that Councillor Mawani brought up, the budget's actually got £8 million built into it for inflation. Granted, it's at 2%, but when I raised that question with the 151 officer, I was assured that some departments had built more into that through the service pressures that they were identifying. And in fact, we've got specific department pressures of £17.7 million. The total for the authority is £22 million built into the budget, and that's covering things such as increased wage costs, inflation, etc., that were brought up. So I don't really understand where this service pressure is coming from. And in fact, if you look at our service, our department budgets, I think they're quite generous compared to many authorities at this stage because of the lessons we've learned in the past. And that's a credit to the authority. So I don't quite buy that. Then to address the leader, you know, this one really confuses me, and I've never bought into this argument that for 10 years we've had the lowest settlements from Welsh Government. As I say, I've never accepted that because I think it's more a case of not managing what we have had. It's not the case of being at the bottom of the pile. And I've been there so many times in my career when I've looked at other people and thought, well, they've got a bigger budget than me, but I've always been told, get on with it, manage it and deliver. But here we go, you know, what do we do? If we accept that we've had, for 10 years, we've had the lowest settlements of all the authorities within Wales. We go out and we raise council tax, we cut services, and we go to our residents, say, sorry about that, but we've had a poor settlement. But where are we this year? We've had the 6th best settlement. But what we do? More of the same. Raise council tax, cut services, 7.7 million in efficiency savings. Come on. And we wonder why Brecon Town Council and other community and town councils have to increase their precepts. It's because we're taking all the services from them and they've got to provide for their residents themselves. What a nonsense. You know, in actual fact, I really think that points at the competence of this independent Tory cabinet. And the other thing then, you know, with a portfolio holder, I think on a different planet to me, to turn around and say, beam me up, Scotty, you know, to turn around and say, we won't be in a position to provide essential services to our residents. Well, I tell you what, we won't be able to provide to our residents if we go ahead with this council tax increase. You won't be able to put food on their tables. You won't be able to clothe them, and you won't be able to heat their properties. That's the reality of the situation many of our residents are in. And the other thing, you know, listening to some of the points the 151 office has been making, there's a lot of what ifs and what if this happens, what if that happens. Perhaps we should have learned our lesson some years ago when we embarked on this incredibly ambitious capital programme. We are currently paying £18 million out of our revenue budget to support a capital programme. Now that's fine, and that might be within the bounds of acceptable payments as far as Welsh Government or whatever is concerned. But I'd question whether that's acceptable during a period of financial crisis. And that's been going on, Mr. Chairman, for at least the last 10 years because of the actions of Westminster governments. So at the end of the day, Chair, when we look at this budget management reserves, let's not forget one thing. We were quite happy to say that if children's services were struggling, we'd have been prepared to take £1.8 million out of that reserve and put it into children's services. We don't need to, thankfully, because at the end of the day, children come first.
Councillor David, you are in the process. You are in the process, I know, but I'm just reminding you that you're
finishing,
on your time.
Yeah, I'm finishing now, Chair. Very last bit now, sir. Chair. Members, do we really believe that this financial crisis and this proposed increase in council tax is not going to affect children in Powys? Be real. I ask you to support the motion, Chair. Members. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor David. Members, we are going to the vote now. I'll just remind you the amendment which has been proposed. It comes from the Labour Group and is proposed by Councillor David Thomas and seconded by Councillor Matthew Dorrans. We propose a council tax freeze for 2022-23 by releasing the budget management reserve and the use of new money from Welsh Government to protect families in Powys, considering the cost of living crisis and town and community councils picking up the tab for services the council has ceased. Members, that's the amendment which we will be voting on. We've had sufficient debate, so we're going to the vote. You've had the advice of the 151 officer, so we're just waiting now for the vote to come into the chat box. Members, it's there now. Those of you who are able to do so, please click on and vote electronically. Mine's popped up. So remember, members, you're voting for or against the motion, the amendment, or abstaining. I've been able to vote. Members will now leave the electronic vote open, so members have an opportunity. Members, it appears we're getting up. The electronic vote has had sufficient votes. We have picked up on some people voting in the chat box. Members, I'm now coming for verbal votes. Councillor Tim.
Follow the advice of the Section 151 officer and vote against the amendment.
Thank you. I have closed the electronic voting now. Councillor Tim, I had a bit of difficulty. That was against. Councillor Michael Jones.
Against.
Against. Councillor Gwilym Williams, were you able to vote?
No, I wasn't able to vote for the motion.
For the motion. Are there any other members that were unable to vote? Members, I close the vote and we'll await clarification on the result of Oh my goodness. Members, we're still waiting on the result of the vote. We're just clarifying if some members have been able to vote more than one. Members of the public, we're still waiting for well, I'm still waiting for clarification on the vote. Members, I'm just making sure everything is clear before we declare.
Chair, members, I have a result on that vote. For the amendment 34, against 31, total votes accounted 65.
Members, my understanding is now that amendment has been carried. So we now return to, we now have a substantive, Councillor John.
Chair, I think I need to raise something with you that's in the chat box from Councillor Phil. I'm afraid you shouldn't use the chat box, I know, but what he said is totally unacceptable. He had a similar outburst, but in a public meeting in my Governance and Audit Committee, where he was extremely rude. I did take it up with his group leader and the leader of the council, but neither of them actually took any action. I do think now this is beyond the pale, and it is way below the standards accepted in public life. Thank you.
Councillor John, I'm not monitoring the chat box. I did pick up an unacceptable comment from Councillor Liam this morning, and I brought that to his attention. I'm having difficulty scrolling through the chat box. We shouldn't be using
1456, Chair.
I'll just scroll through that just for consideration because you've raised it for my attention. Councillor Tim, I shall come to you while I look at that.
Chairman, as I understand it, if this amendment, having been passed, is not supported by the Section 151 officer, and we had the clearest possible advice from the Section 151 officer that what was proposed was wrong, then I do not see that. My understanding is that it cannot be implemented. I'd be grateful for some professional advice on that.
Councillor Tim, my understanding that the amendment wasn't a legal amendment. It was considered as being legal. The advice of the 151 officer was very, very clear, so you are right. But now it does form a substantive motion, which we will now debate, and it will be up to the members of council whether they support that substantive motion or not. There's a lot of people indicating. Councillor Jackie, I will take you first now, but as I said, I'm trying to deal with another matter. But Councillor Jackie.
No, it's okay. It is to do with that matter, Chair. I did bring it to your attention in the chat box as soon as I saw the comment.
Well, I'm gonna make the comment, and I've made it many times before. I'm not sure why councillors are using the chat box. It's there for IT reasons, and that is all. Clive, please.
Thank you.
Chair, I'm not going to comment upon the matter in the chat box. That's a matter for it may be a matter as a code of conduct, and members know that there are two ways of dealing with code of conduct matters. We're either through a local resolution protocol or through the Public Service Ombudsman for Wales. I'm leaving that aside for the moment. In terms of the point made by Councillor Tim Van Rees is concerned, Section 25 of the Local Government Act 2003 provides that the Section 15 officer should give a report setting out the robustness of the estimates and the purposes of the estimates and the adequacy of the proposed financial reserves. The Section 15 officer did that orally and in writing. Section 25(2) of that Act says that the authority shall have regard to that report when making its decisions. So as long as members took that into regard, that's what the law says. So thank you, Councillor Tim. I thought I'd just indicate what the law is.
Thank you. Let us hope that common sense prevails.
Members, you've heard the comment, the relation to the comments in the chat box. I would suggest there has been some inappropriate comment at some point during today's proceedings. You've heard the advice of the monitoring officer. You've heard the advice of the monitoring officer in relation to the budget. We now return to the portfolio holder as regards presenting the budget with that amendment.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I'm really at a bit of loss at the moment. The budget with a 0% council tax contains an unacceptable level of risk, and it drives a hole through the budget that we were planning to deliver today. Would I be okay for me to have a 5-minute recess just to confirm with finance officers about the validity of this budget now?
Councillor Allen, I think the chair may have missed what you said there. So can you repeat that, please?
Sorry, Councillor Allen, I'm having just a little bit of an IT problem, so I do apologise.
I'm sorry, Chair. I didn't realise you were offline for a moment. I really that amendment now. I have real concerns about it. The risk level within this budget now, quite frankly, is unacceptable. I am shocked by the attitude of Chair of Audit and others within this council who know full well what their responsibilities should be. And I was asking if I could have a recess of 5 minutes, Chair, just to consult with the finance officers to understand where this budget now stands. It is a real concern to me. We need to set a budget. I appreciate in order to meet the deadlines with billing process and everything else. But I am really concerned about the risk level contained within this budget now.
Thank you very much, Councillor Allen. I also I'm struggling. I need a conversation to realise how we move this budget forward with this amendment now. So I'm going to suggest returning at 15:25. That gives us somewhere in the region of 12 minutes. 15:25. Firstly, for the portfolio to acknowledge his request to speak to the 151 officer, and also so that I know the way that the budget can move forward in this manner. So a return at 3:25, if that's in agreement with everybody, please.
Thank you, Chair.
Great. Hello?
Clive, you all right?
Yeah, I'm in the wrong meeting here. Sorry.
Yeah, you're in council, Clive.
All right.
See you later.
Members, this is a meeting update, and again, it's difficult for me as it is for anybody else. I'm just waiting for conversations to finish with an update to the budget so that they can come and present with the amendment. I'll update as often as I can. I'm obviously relying on information coming to me, so it's a little bit difficult at this moment, but just updating you. We will return as soon as we possibly can when the portfolio and the 1.1 officer have put information together so that they can now present the budget with that amendment.
I think we need to start a debate, gentlemen.
We are still online, remember?
Oh, yeah.
Any joy yet, Chairman?
Members, I'm told that we'll be in a position to come back to you. Please respect. I'm in as much difficulty as everybody else. I'm really not sure what's going on. I'm waiting for information to come through in relation to the way forward. I've been told that they would come in very shortly. My understanding is that Aled is in conversation with the 151 officer. Aled has to come and present the budget with that amendment. Please, it's out of my hands. I'm doing my best. I'm encouraging that conversation to come to the councillors as quick as possible. I understand it's not far away.
Can I say, Mr. Chairman, surely when they discussed bringing this amendment forward of suspending standing orders, that they went through and understood what they were doing. So I find it quite.
Councillor Jeremy, the recording is still going. We're not in a live meeting, so if there is some comment to be made, it's not to be made now, to be honest with you. So if we could just refrain, I'll reopen the meeting. I'll reopen the meeting, and Councillor Jeremy, I'm trying to control the meeting. I'm trying to handle it as best I can, and I don't think it's appropriate to comment in this space.
Everybody had some food and water, look. Eh?
Remind members some microphones are still open. Be careful.
Welcome back, members. I'm trying to keep it as light-hearted as possible, but it's been a really difficult day for us all, partly because we're reacting to things which happen. Please spare a thought for me, but I'm trying to manage it as best I can. I'm receiving information and I react to that, and I think we're in a position to continue. Members, I believe the portfolio holder has assessed the amendment which he has been accepted, and which he now has to bring to his presentation of the budget. So I believe I'm returning to Councillor Aled now. I hope you're in a better situation to understand which has come to you from that amendment, which was proposed and accepted. Councillor Aled, members, lots of cameras up now. Just for the ease of me controlling the meeting, can we take our cameras and mics down so that we can see Councillor Aled and be clear on what he's presenting now. Councillor Aled.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to all the council for their patience. It's been a really long day, and it's important that we do try and set a budget. However, we must set a budget that is safe and that does not contain too much risk, because delivery of our services is extremely important. The budget we had presented was a well thought out budget, and the risks contained within it were manageable. However, with the setting of a 0% tax increase, that risk, I'm afraid, is not manageable as we stand now. We've had a significant debate today, so I propose that we go straight to recommendation 2, which reads revenue with the amendments, correct me if I'm wrong, monitoring officer, but the revenue budget for 2023 with the inclusion of a 0% increase in council tax for 2023, and so that's the recommendation 2. I suggest that we go straight to that, if you're happy with that, Chair, and I will be asking the Council to vote against that recommendation because of the risk that it contains within this budget. And we will have to, and I'll leave it at that, Chair. Thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you very much, Aled. Members, you've heard the suggestion from the portfolio holder for finance to go to item 2 of the recommendation. Unless anybody tells me to the contrary, I'm mindful to go to that recommendation and to consider voting on that.
Chair, sorry, on the point of order, we have not actually agreed the substantive motion. So how can we move to a recommendation when the substantive motion hasn't been agreed?
Councillor David, apologies if I haven't conducted affairs correctly, but I understand that the amendment has made a substantive motion and it doesn't need to be agreed. That doesn't need to be agreed on. I'll take advice off the monitoring officer.
Chair, Councillor David is right in a sense that what the amendment from Labour has been passed by Council is, it's an amendment to item 2 in the Council agenda on page 27. In essence, it's replacing the reference in item 2 to 3.9 to becoming 0, and that's what Councillor Aled has just read out. So this is the amendment for becoming the substantive motion, exactly as Councillor David has suggested.
Councillor David, are you happy for that advice?
Yeah, I'm happy. I just didn't want it to fall.
No, that's absolutely fine now. Okay, members, you've heard the suggestion by the portfolio holder to go to item 2. It's contained on page 27 of your document pack. It's clearly revenue budget for 2022-23 with the inclusion of a 0% increase in council tax in 2022-23 shown in the financial resource model in Appendix B. Members, I included the amendment there. Clive.
Chair, just for the sake of clarity, there may be some amendments to the finance resource model, because the finance resource model refers to a 3.9%, but it's consequential. And so it doesn't make any difference. But I thought I'd just make sure that members will know that the Section 151 officer will produce a new FRM taking into account 0% if it's passed as a substantive motion.
Jane, I'm giving you an opportunity to comment if you wish to do so.
No, Clive is correct. The FRM will need to be updated should the 0% be approved as a budget proposition.
Councillor Peach, you brought your camera up. Are you wishing to speak?
Yeah, I'm just trying to clarify. I'm just trying to check on a few things to clarify this. You have, Alec, you have skipped number 1, the MTFS. I'm assuming you're planning to come back to that. But we are now voting on an amendment. We made an amendment which you're now asking us to vote on as the substantive, having left a considerable gap, and I am concerned that members who voted in the previous vote will now no longer be present because of the time that has been delayed.
Councillor Pete, we've had this situation all day with members dipping in and out. We can only vote with what we've got present at the time. I'm sorry that is the nature of where we are. I would have thought members would realise the importance of the vote and the importance of being here. We're setting a budget which is impacting our residents, and if councillors cannot be present, and we've tried to update as quick as we can, we're trying to complete this as neutral as whatever, and we're trying to formulate a budget on the day today. So I'm mindful of the fact that I'd like to go to item 2 now and vote on that. Members, what's happening? Members, waiting for it to come up into the chat box. Is it there? I don't know. I'm having a. Oh, here we go. There we are, members. I'm having a little bit of difficulty with my laptop, just scrolling around different things. The vote is there. Members, if you please try and vote electronically. Same system as before. We will come to you if you're having trouble. So I'm opening the electronic vote. Please vote in the direction which you would.
It's coming up, Chair, as if the form is closed.
Give it an opportunity. Mine's loading, Councillor Edwin, but let me assure you, mine's loaded now. Please let me assure you that if you're not able to vote, we will come to you. Councillor Edwin, I wonder if have you scrolled down to the bottom of your chat box and you're in the wrong form? Go to the very bottom of your chat box.
Yeah, I'm down here.
It appears at 16:08 on my chat.
Yep, it's
oh, wait,
posted
no,
by Win, 16:08.
There's another one come up now. Sorry.
Okay, then.
Yeah.
Members, try and vote electronically, and we'll keep you updated as the direction of that.
It's come up correctly now, Chair.
Members, we've got 59 voted so far. I'm just giving it a moment before I come to you verbally. Members, I'm closing the electronic vote. I'm coming to members for clarification. I've got Councillor Tim on my list, please, first.
Yes, against the proposal for a nil increase in council tax.
Thank you. That's very clear. Councillor Michael Jones.
Against.
Thank you. That's very clear. Councillor Gwilym Williams.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Rosemary, you're on screen.
I just wanted to check that my vote had recorded, Chairman.
Yeah, we'll just clarify that now. Councillor Rosemary, thank you. Yep. Members, are there anybody else that's unable to vote? We'll wait for clarification on Councillor Rosemary's vote before I close the vote.
Chair, can I check if Councillor Liam has voted, please?
Chair, I can confirm that the leader has voted.
The leader has voted.
Councillor Liam?
Nothing in the chat box. Members, I did declare that I would close the vote after the result of Councillor Rosemary's. I think we've had adequate opportunity now, so I'm going to close the vote.
Okay. Have we started yet?
The vote is being counted, Phil.
Right, I'm only just back on here.
Councillor Phil, I'm sorry you've missed the voting, I'm afraid. We're going to the monitoring officer now for the result of the vote.
Chair, I have the result, 31 for, 33 against. Okay, so it's not passed as a substantive motion.
Members, now we return to the agenda. Portfolio holder.
Thank you, Chairman. It's extremely important that we do set a budget and in time to meet the deadlines that we have to achieve for the billing process and everything else, including the precepts to our community council and the police. I suggest that we resume this meeting again next week, and in the meantime, I will certainly reach across to the main groups across the council so we can come together and deliver a budget that is safe and secure for the residents of Powys.
Aled,
and open to advice from.
Aled, I acknowledge your desire. Until I have a proposal suggesting a closure motion to suspend the meeting, we continue.
I formally move, Chair.
I'd be led by the guidance from.
Okay, we'll briefly go to the monitoring officer.
Chair, members, we're in a situation where, which we haven't been in before. Councillor Aled, I think, and together with Councillor Michael, has put forward a suspension, a motion to suspend, which is possible under the rules, and it's simply it has to be moved and seconded. So at this moment in time, I think we have two proposers and one set and no seconder. So one needs the seconds to make it a proposal. If it is, then council need to vote on the suspension of the debate. So we close.
Standing orders.
Yes, Chairman.
We haven't put standing orders back in because this was not one of the ones. This was not one of the ones which was suspended, Councillor Phil.
Okay.
So in terms of this, we'll adjourn the meeting and to a date for next week, and that could either be on Monday or on Thursday of next week.
I'll second that motion, Chair.
Members, I've taken a proposal from Councillor Allard, and I think it was seconded by Councillor Michael Williams. Members, that's the proposer and seconded before you. Was I right in understanding we have to go on and vote on that, Clive?
Absolutely, Chair. There must be a vote, but members may have a wish to have a say on the suspension matter because it's a motion, and secondly, they may have a view on the appropriate date for resumption.
Members, Clive is completely right. Members, I'm coming to club leaders first of all for comment. Members, you've heard the proposer and seconded. Club leaders, if you could please indicate the wish to speak, and then I'll come to the floor with the speak now app, please. Councillor James, your camera's first up, followed by Councillor Curran.
Thank you, Chair. Well, goodness me, what a mess. Right. Okay, well, I think, yes, and I hear what the portfolio holder says. It might have been an idea to do that reaching out before we got into this situation, before we came to the meeting today. However, we are where we are, as they say, horrible cliche. And I see no other option but to suspend the meeting and to reconvene. But I have to say that you know, in the end, the onus is on the cabinet to produce a budget that the members can support, and you know that's the way it is. Clearly, it isn't just members of the opposition groups that were unhappy with the previous proposals. So I do urge the portfolio holders to bear that in mind. It is, you know, salutary to think that at the start of this council, the Conservative and Independent groups had a healthy majority. And
Councillor James, Councillor James, I think we're drifting into a budget debate again now. We're just looking into comment into whether we're suspending this meeting, please.
I've made my point about suspension, but you know, we've gotten to this situation because of the way things have been managed, and we need to think about.
What a load of dribble! Get on with it.
Councillor Phil, Councillor James, I think I'm going to stop you there.
I've finished what I have to say, Chair, but thank you. We'll await the meeting next week.
Right, I'm going to take you in the order in which you popped up. I'm going to go Councillor Karen, Councillor Jeremy, then Councillor Matthew.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Chair, could I just ask to thank you for the way that you've conducted today. It's been very difficult for you, and I do appreciate. But what can I ask? Would it be in order then that the persons who actually are allowed to vote next week are all those that were present today? Because it could be said by some that the delay in actually bringing us forward has created problems for those that have got to go and pick up children from school or whatever.
Councillor Karen, we get your point, and I believe Clive has got an answer for you.
Right, lovely. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Karen, the difficulty is that we will have a brand new debate next week, and that debate will be open to everybody to participate in.
Councillor Jeremy.
Thank you, Chair. I support the suspension today, and I think we should look at next Thursday, and I will make myself available if anyone wishes to have a conversation regarding looking at a new budget. Thank you.
Councillor Matthew.
Thank you, Chair. There's no question that we need to defer this meeting and reconvene at a later date. It is bitterly disappointing that members switched their votes between the two, but I think the Conservative leader and the Independent leader can take some comfort in the fact that their whip in operation is working well.
Members, I believe that's all group leaders that wish to speak. I'm now going to the floor. I've got Councillor Di Davis, followed by Councillor John Williams.
Thank you, Chair. Could I ask, Chair, that if possible, I agree with what Phil Pritchard said earlier, if possible, could the councillors who are struggling to vote, in particular one that you didn't know was in the meeting or not, make sure they're either in the meeting or go to the nearest council office, I agree with Phil. I'm a bit unhappy with not knowing if someone's there or not, and I wouldn't want to open a can of worms or set a precedent.
Councillor Dye, as Chair of Council.
But I agree with the suspension. Thank you.
Councillor Dye, as Chair of Council, I've probably let this go on for too long. We will certainly clarify this before the meeting. I shared with you my reservations of people not being logged in or not online. This will certainly be clarified before our next meeting. And as it turned out, the ruling which I made allowing somebody to vote in the checks box didn't make any difference to any of the votes. So, but I assure you that it will be clarified that if a councillor is not logged in and is not a participant in the meeting, will not be allowed to vote in future.
Thank you, Chair, and well done on a very difficult meeting.
I've got somebody, Councillor John.
Thank you, Chair. Just very quickly, thank you for chairing today. It hasn't been easy for you. I would agree with suspending the meeting, and perhaps Thursday next week would be good. We're probably about 4 hours behind where we should have suspended it, but let's hope everybody's learned a lesson and we do better next week. Thank you.
Members, I've got no further comment. I'm mindful of the fact that
Chairman, can I just
Councillor Phil.
I haven't spoke all day, but I do want to congratulate you on handling, well handled, a very difficult meeting. I'm sure everybody would sympathise with that. Well done. Thank you very much.
Thank you for Phil for that for those kind comments. Members, we're going to the vote now, just so that we can tie this up correctly. Councillor Pete.
Yeah, there is myself and Councillor Cath put our hands up.
Okay.
I agree with what has been said, and I hope the portfolio holder will be mindful of the original the original vote in this when coming back with future proposals. That's all.
Councillor Pete, I'm sorry to be rude, but you're just repeating what has already been said. Councillor Cath.
Yeah, just a quick one. Obvious congratulations for the day. Can we go to the Thursday? We've got a scheduled meeting there. I would struggle to find any other day next week, given the circumstances I find myself in at the moment. So I would suggest that we go to the Thursday as it's already in the diary. And that gives ample time for discussions to take place.
Thank you, Councillor Cath. It's good. It's good to hear that you're trying to be positive and arranging a date. But we do need to go to a vote to close this motion.
But if that's a proposal, I'll second it, Chairman.
Okay, let's deal with one thing at a time. Members, are you happy to deal in silence that we close today's proceedings to return on another day? Clive.
Chair, we have to agree, or council has to agree the date where this is the suspended meeting, because the meeting will remain live until the next time. So you have to agree a date. And Chair, you've had two proposals for Thursday. You've not anybody against that. Members have to decide what date they're suspending it to. So the meeting remains live until next week.
I assume everybody's checking their diaries now. Is Thursday? Is Thursday a good day? I appreciate.
It is in the council diary already.
It's in the council diary already. Members, I'm going to suggest that Thursday it is.
Yep.
I'll make sure I'm somewhere else.
You'll be remembered in dispatches.
Members, can we deal with this in silence? I'm sorry, it's late in the day, but I think it seems to be an agreement that we're suspending and that we're going to next Thursday. Members, can we deal with in silence that suggestion is that we are suspending this meeting until next Thursday. The date escapes me, but it is week today. In silence. Members, that's what we'll do. Members, there's little point now in oh no, we've suspended, so we don't go back to the agenda. I do apologise. I'm all over the place. Members, I look forward to meeting you all next Thursday again. Thanks for your attendance today on a very difficult day, and I hope you understand the delays which we've had. They're totally out of my hands, and we've accommodated as best we could. Thank you very much. We'll see you all next Thursday.
Well done, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you all.